Veronica, take it away.
Thanks, Tony. I am Veronica Osorio Cortez, and I recently graduated from Kansas State University with a bachelor's degree in architectural engineering. NACME gave me the opportunity to focus on my education, meet new people in my major, and meet other engineers who are part of the NACME program. This was all possible by the financial support and commitment of NACME and its leaders. I have been working remotely, actually, part-time for dialectic engineering, and I'll be moving to Kansas City, Missouri in mid-June to start full-time with them as a mechanical designer. I'm excited to live in a new city and meet new people in the area. Thank you, NACME, for this tremendous opportunity. We all greatly appreciate it. And congrats to the class of 2020 NACME Scholars. We did it. Go Cats.
Veronica, take it away.
Thanks, Tony. I am Veronica Osorio Cortez, and I recently graduated from
Hello, fellow NACME scholars. My name is Quinell Smith. I graduated from the Georgia Institute of Technology with highest honors while receiving a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering and a minor in Industrial Design. Throughout my time at Georgia Tech, I was involved in the Georgia Tech Society of Black Engineers, served as president and vice president of event coordination for the Black student recruitment team, was a mentor to freshmen and transfer minority students at the Office of Minority Education and Development, was a Pi Tau Sigma Honor Society member, and danced with the Georgia Tech Dance Company for 2 years. During my tenure at the institution, I had the opportunity to intern with General Electric Aviation, Caterpillar, Ford Motor Company, and Northrop Grumman. I enjoyed getting to meet students from across the globe, on campus and through programs, such as the Georgia Tech Study Abroad program in France, the NACME Scholarship Program, the ExxonMobil Future Leadership Academy, and the Harvard Summer Venture and Management Program. I'm grateful to the National Action Council for Minorities in Engineering for their support throughout my college education and professional career, and the opportunity to network and meet so many students from across the nation. From NACME events at the NSBE conference to on-campus events and the Case Academy held in New York City, I feel very supported and prepared to continue to the workforce at Deloitte, a NACME board company, as a business technology analyst in Houston, Texas. I'm so excited. As I close, I would like to say congratulations to the 2020 NACME Scholars.
Hello, fellow NACME scholars. My name is Antonio Brandon, a quality engineer at Hewlett Packard Enterprise, better known as HPE, and an alumnus of the NACME Scholarship Program. I can share with you firsthand that the benefit of a college degree in engineering or computer science will serve you well in your lifelong career choices. As a NACME scholar who majored in computer information technology at Texas A&M, the program proved to be invaluable in giving me access to opportunities that I might not have otherwise considered. If I can give you one piece of advice, it would be to always be prepared, take risks, and invest in your lifelong learning through formal education, as well as networking events where you're not the smartest person in the room. Also, be sure to utilize mentors and build your professional networks. Arguably today is one such event an opportunity to network with fellow graduates, but also learn from career role models like my career role model, our keynote speaker for today, Mr. Brian Tippins.
Hello, everyone. I am super excited to be here. My name is Chriserica Jeter, and I'm a recent graduate from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, receiving my degree in biomedical engineering. I was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan, and have a deep love and appreciation for the hustle that this city has taught me. At the University of Michigan, I managed to serve leadership positions. I served as president and vice president of the National Pan-Hellenic Council, regional membership and pre-collegiate initiative chair for the National Society of Black Engineers, and second vice president and stepmaster of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated New Chapter. I also started my own dance team for talented artists within the Black community at the University of Michigan called Ambiance Dance Team in 2016. I value mentorship and served as a mentor with support for incoming Black students and the National Society of Black Engineers, while also balancing other mentees that I acquired along my collegiate journey. I will be starting a new chapter of my life by moving to Atlanta and working for Abbott as a clinical specialist trainee this August. I am super excited to use my education to aid in alleviating pain and assisting people in living healthier and happier lives. NACME provided me with the financial assistance that I needed to complete my last year of undergrad. It took me 6 years, but that's a story for a different day. This organization also provided me with the resources and network to navigate beyond the University of Michigan. Thank you for all of your help, and congratulations to the 2020 class of NACME scholars. We did it, go.
Wow, thank you, Mr. Garay. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Christopher Waters, where I recently attended Tuskegee University, where I just graduated with my degree in mechanical engineering. I have been involved in numerous on-campus organizations, such as serving as the president of my chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, as well as serving as treasurer in our NASB organization on campus. My hobbies include reading, traveling, and watching stand-up comedy. After graduation, I plan to use my degree to better improve the quality of life for those in rural income communities. I will be starting my career at a major Fortune 500 company in the aerospace industry this fall. The motto I live by is everything works in the end. So if it's not working, don't worry, it's not the end. On behalf of the NACME class of 2020, I want to say thank you to the NACME Board of Directors for providing me this opportunity. I also want to thank you for the gift you provided to all of us during this ceremony. And let me say, congratulations, 2020 class of NACME scholars. We did it. Go Tigers.
Veronica, take it away.
Thanks, Tony. I am Veronica Osorio Cortez. and I recently graduated from Kansas State University with a bachelor's degree in architectural engineering. NACME gave me the opportunity to focus on my education, meet new people in my major, and meet other engineers who are part of the NACME program. This was all possible by the financial support and commitment of NACME and its leaders. I have been working remotely, actually, part-time for dialectic engineering, and I'll be moving to Kansas City, Missouri in mid-June to start full-time with them as a mechanical designer. I'm excited to live in a new city and meet new people in the area. Thank you, NACME, for this tremendous opportunity. We all greatly appreciate it. And congrats to the class of 2020 NACME Scholars. We did it. Go Cats.
Veronica, take it away.
Thanks, Tony. I am Veronica Osorio Cortez, and I recently graduated from Kansas State University with a bachelor's degree in architectural engineering. NACME gave me the opportunity to focus on my education, meet new people in my major, and meet other engineers who are part of the NACME program. This was all possible by the financial support and commitment of NACME and its leaders. I have been working remotely, actually, part-time for dialectic engineering, and I'll be moving to Kansas City, Missouri in mid-June to start full-time with them as a mechanical designer. I'm excited to live in a new city and meet new people in the area. Thank you, NACME, for this tremendous opportunity. We all greatly appreciate it. And congrats to the class of 2020 NACME Scholars. We did it. Go Cats.
Veronica, take it away.
Thanks, Tony. I am Veronica Osorio Cortez, and I recently graduated from Kansas State University with a bachelor's degree in architectural engineering. NACME gave me the opportunity to focus on my education, meet new people in my major, and meet other engineers who are part of the NACME program. This was all possible by the financial support and commitment of NACME and its leaders. I have been working remotely, actually, part-time for dialectic engineering, and I'll be moving to Kansas City, Missouri in mid-June to start full-time with them as a mechanical designer. I'm excited to live in a new city and meet new people in the area. Thank you, NACME, for this tremendous opportunity. We all greatly appreciate it. And congrats to the class of 2020 NACME Scholars. We did it. Go Cats.
Veronica, take it away.
Thanks, Tony. I am Veronica Osorio Cortez, and I recently graduated from Kansas State University with a bachelor's degree in architectural engineering. NACME gave me the opportunity to focus on my education, meet new people in my major, and meet other engineers who are part of the NACME program. This was all possible by the financial support and commitment of NACME and its leaders. I have been working remotely, actually, part-time for dialectic engineering, and I'll be moving to Kansas City, Missouri in mid-June to start full-time with them as a mechanical designer. I'm excited to live in a new city and meet new people in the area. Thank you, NACME, for this tremendous opportunity. We all greatly appreciate it. And congrats to the class of 2020 NACME Scholars. We did it. Go Cats.
Veronica, take it away.
Good morning, NACME Symposium attendees. Thank you for getting up early this morning to join us for an important discussion on the future of engineering and computer science. My name is Frederick Toney, President of Ford Motor Company's Global Customer Service Division and Chairman of the NACME Board of Directors. We truly find ourselves in a new normal. Typically, the NACME Symposium is an opportunity to network in person with fellow corporate executives, university and nonprofit partners, and of course, the best and brightest engineering and computer science students. Due to the pandemic, we find ourselves connecting virtually. And although it is nowhere near as nice as seeing each other in person, it does allow more of us to engage, given that we can connect from wherever you are. With connecting virtually, we have to be mindful of some general virtual conference etiquette. Specifically, keep your microphone muted unless you are recognized to speak and your camera off until we get to the Q&A section. So thank you again for connecting with us today. We have put together what we hope is an engaging set of discussions to talk through how we can all work together to build a better future for not only the bright students on the line with us today, but for their colleagues and generations to come. 2020 has been a difficult year for all of us, and that is to say the least. From a worldwide pandemic that has disproportionately impacted the very demographic that we're focused on and the one that we're geared up to serve, this conference is meant to deal with some of these issues. In fact, this conference is addressing the awakening of our society to the social injustices that have existed in this country for centuries. Now, I do not know about you, but the series of events that have occurred this year have personally impacted my family, my work colleagues, and many of my dear friends. Now, we at Ford, even through a challenging business year, are committed to diversity and inclusion, particularly STEM. In fact, this year we have more than tripled our budget to support STEM-related activities. We continue to support the K-8 initiatives that we started a couple of years ago, but we're also shifting most of our resources to support high school to college matriculation. So we're very excited to do that, and I encourage all institutions to do that.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gary May, Chancellor of UC.
Good morning, NACME Symposium attendees. Thank you for getting up early this morning to corporations on the NACME Board of Directors. And we want to provide more technical, forward-looking content to ensure NACME scholars are competitive for the most prestigious opportunities. Now, one of our newest partner institutions is the University of California, Davis, led by Chancellor Gary May, our first speaker on today's event. Chancellor May, believe it or not, once served on the NACME board as a liaison when he was at Georgia Tech. Yes, he's a yellow jacket. We're excited to have Chancellor May back in the NACME family, and we're very proud of his accomplishments, rising to the pinnacle of university leadership. Chancellor May will lead a discussion on university presidents who are all former deans of engineering, and all of whom are from underrepresented minority communities. Now, I'm excited to hear about their journeys, their advice to us on how we can help them to become more successful, and what me and my fellow corporate representatives need to do to make a dramatic impact in increasing the numbers. Students, these are your role models. This could be your future. So listen up. And remember, for the best viewing experience, please keep your view in speaker mode and mute your microphone. Please turn off your video until we get to the Q&A section. So once again, without any further ado, let's again welcome Dr. Chancellor May.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gary May, Chancellor of UC Davis, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 2020 NACME Conference. Thank you for being here, albeit virtually. This year's conference focuses on the future of engineering and computer science education and how we can create a more inclusive future for STEM. Organizations like NACME are essential to diversifying the STEM workforce and broadening participation in engineering and computer science. When I completed my undergraduate work at Georgia Tech, there were not many African Americans in my classrooms and labs. Sometimes I was the only one. When I finished graduate school at UC Berkeley in 1991, I was one of only about 30 African Americans that year to earn a PhD in engineering in the United States. All these years later, we're still trying to increase diversity in STEM, especially in engineering and computer science. It's important that people understand why we champion diversity. It's not only for the sake of social equity, which is important, or because it's the right thing to do, which it is. Diversity creates better outcomes. Diversity is at the root of innovation and technological advancement. Diversity drives success in the global workforce. Academic leaders are in a unique position to make a difference. We do that by bringing access, opportunity, and advancement for everyone. Thanks, and enjoy the conference.
I'm Gilda Barabino, and I serve as president of Olin College of Engineering. I share NACME's vision to produce an engineering workforce that looks like America. The time is now to eliminate longstanding inequities in society and to close the opportunity gap that contribute to the persistent underrepresentation of minorities in engineering and computer science. In its 2020 report, State of Black America Unmasked, the National Urban League reported a Black-White Equality Index of 73.8% and a Hispanic-White Equality Index of 78.8%. The index assesses progress in the areas of education, economics, health, social justice, and civic engagement. So in terms of achieving 100% of the American pie in these areas, Blacks are missing 26% and Hispanics are missing 21%. The consequences are significant and play out in many ways, such as disparate funding of school districts driven by racial and economic segregation that prevents many underrepresented students from becoming STEM ready. Inequitable experiences on college campuses and inequitable access to resources and practices that promote success, along with the lack of racially diverse faculty, creates gaps in degree attainment and workforce diversification. While there's no single solution, leaders in the academy and in industry can take a page from engineering by using a systems approach and partner together to eliminate systemic inequities. Together, we can design for equity, combine theory and practice, and promote innovation. As partners in investment, curriculum development, the creation of immersive real-world experiences for students, and the creation of inclusive academic and work environments, we can increase the numbers and career success of diverse leaders in engineering and computer science. I look forward to collective discussion and action.
Good morning. My name is Daryl Pines, and I am the president of the University of Maryland College Park. I have been a part of the University of Maryland for over 25 years. I came up the ranks as an assistant professor to associate professor to full professor, and ultimately to chair, and then ultimately to the dean of the A. James Clark School of Engineering, in which I served in that capacity for 11 years. I began my new job on July 1st of this year, 2020. We're all living in really interesting times. Literally, we are combating two pandemics. One caused by the virus, COVID-19, and the other caused by social unrest in our country and years of social injustice as it relates to racism and structural racism in our country. My role as dean was to advance the college's disciplines, subject matter, and research in a wide variety of technology areas, and strategically moving the college and its divisions and disciplines and departments forward in key areas of interest to our nation, primarily STEM disciplines. My role as president is to strategically work on excellence in all areas of the university, all disciplines, including the arts, academics, athletics, and innovation and entrepreneurship. In addition, my other pillar of excellence is to focus on creating a more inclusive climate at our university where every person, every faculty member, every staff member, every student can achieve his or her full potential at our university and achieve greater impact, both locally, in the state, and in the nation, and of course, in the world. Now, there's been lots of things that have happened in the fields of engineering as it relates to the growing emergence of computer science. Many colleges of engineering, like our Clark School of Engineering, have tried to incorporate various aspects of computer science and computer programming and their tools and skills into our curriculum. In the last couple of years, we've sort of created two opportunities. One is a minor in machine learning that it's open to any engineering or computer science major here at the University of Maryland and in the College of Engineering. Secondly, we created a master's program in machine learning that's jointly administered between the computer science department and the electrical and computer engineering department for those adult learners who are seeking to advance their skill sets in artificial intelligence and machine learning. So we see this growth in our region because tech firms are now coming to the Northern Virginia, DC, Maryland region, such as Amazon and Apple and others, to look for that talent. And we at the University of Maryland want to be able to provide these employers that talent base from our student population. There are lots of trends as it relates to historical growth and underrepresented minorities attending STEM disciplines. And we at the University of Maryland, during my time as dean and including my time as president, have been working on advancing inclusion and equity for students of all races and all backgrounds to enter STEM disciplines and be successful. In the College of Engineering, we were able to increase the enrollment of African Americans and Latinx students in our undergraduate program and also in our graduate program, so that today our undergraduate program in terms of degrees graduate ranks in the top 10, so does, and we rank in the top 10 for master's degrees and also for PhDs. So we're very proud of that ability to reach out and grow our populations, our diverse populations in this specifically in engineering. At the university level, we're using some of those same strategies to advance cultural diversity and of all backgrounds in our university across all disciplines. And we've had some success even in this enrollment cycle to actually increase the number of diverse individuals coming to our university. In fact, this entering class of freshmen and transfer students will be the most diverse class in the history of the University of Maryland College Park within the last decade. In terms of the talent and minority acquisition of minority talent to our employers, we love to have partnerships with some of the major government laboratories in our region, as well as some of the large employers. We have strategic partnerships with Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Leidos, and others in our region, where our students get these wonderful internships, as well as some of the technical experts at these various great firms come over and mentor our students on capstone design projects. Those projects allow them to get to know our students, but also to find that talent that might work very well at their firm in terms of long-term employment. So we really advocate for strategic partnerships from education to research to innovation and partnerships across translation with our university in the region. So we're very excited about those partnerships. Now, we've been dealing, as I said, with incredible unrest in our country as a result of the horrific murder of Mr. George Floyd. And because of that, on my very first day as president on July 1st, I wrote out 12 initiatives to help improve our campus climate and culture as it relates to these social injustices that are happening in our society that also trickle into our campus community. One of those initiatives was to increase mental health services for all citizens of our campus, but definitely those marginalized populations who felt that they were underserved in mental health services. That was one of my major initiatives on the first day. Another major initiative, I call it the Terrapin Strong program. And what that is an onboarding program in which we try to take every person that's entering the University of Maryland for the very first time and indoctrinate them with our culture, our values, our traditions, and things that we try to impart to them to ensure that they respect every person that they interact with. We call this an onboarding program. We teach things like sexual harassment training, hate bias training, and then we help individuals, students, faculty, and staff determine their strengths and how to work better in teams going forward. This has really helped create a more inclusive environment. We call this program, again, the Terrapin Strong program. And we've even created a mask at the University of Maryland that says Terrapin Strong. And it allows for real solidarity and commitment by all to focus on a more inclusive climate and culture for all. The University of Maryland is headed in the right direction. We are grateful to be a part of this NACME conference, and we look forward to seeing you in the future. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Gregory Washington, president of George Mason University. I am pleased to join this distinguished panel for today's discussion. We come together at the opening of an era of existential threats, environmental threats, health threats, even social threats challenge our very way of life. We need solutions to these grand challenges by people who will be leading us into the second half of this century. This is where groups like the National Action Council for Minorities in Education are so pivotal, because you are helping us prepare to lead humanities past these threats caused by these grand challenges. By 2050, when students will be about as old as we are, America will be a nation with no ethnic majority. Rather, people of color will form a collective majority. They will face the full brunt of the climate crisis. They will have to feed a crowded planet, heal a declining climate, and do it all with a paradigm we have never known in the 4 centuries of the American experience, with a collective majority of people of color. This means that we have to get to work today, preparing those future leaders. It makes the education of people of color all the more urgent, not just in engineering and not just in the STEM disciplines. The work to prepare for humanity's future needs to get underway now if we are to meet the grand challenges of tomorrow. I have the honor of being president of George Mason University, an institution with a student body that already looks like America in 2050. Our student body has no ethnic majority. In fact, our students of color form a collective majority. If you want to catch a glimpse at America in 2050, come see George Mason University today. All of this should make for a spirited discussion. So let's get started.
You got cut off. The punchline was killed.
Hi everyone. My name is Gary May, and I'm the Chancellor of the University of California, Davis. Thanks for joining us this morning. First, I want to thank NACME for bringing us all together today. This organization has done so much to help underrepresented, including me, succeed and contribute to a more diverse workforce. As you know, we have a lot more work to do, but I applaud NACME for their efforts to bring academic leaders together and align our collective efforts to increase diversity in STEM. A lack of diversity in STEM has been an intractable problem for many years. That's especially true in engineering and computer science. So I'm looking forward to a great discussion with my fellow panelists on this important topic. We are all friends. We've known each other for years. We all overlapped as engineering deans at various places. So without further ado, let me introduce them alphabetically. First, President Gilda Barabino from the Olin College of Engineering in Needham, Massachusetts. We also have President Daryl Pines from the University of Maryland, College Park. And finally, President Gregory Washington from George Mason University in Fairfax, Virginia. Now, to set the stage, I thought we might begin with a little perspective. I'd like to ask each of you to take a couple of minutes to speak about your personal journey. With regard to diversity in STEM, what was it like when you were pursuing your undergraduate or graduate degrees? And what are some of the positive changes that you've seen since that time? And I'll start with mine. So there weren't many Black students in my lectures or labs when I was an undergraduate at Georgia, opening remarks. And there weren't many African-American faculty either. When I finished graduate school at Berkeley in 1991, I was one of only about 30 African-Americans that year who earned a PhD in engineering. That's 30 in the entire United States. You could have put us all in a single classroom. So excuse me. So the lack of diversity in STEM really motivated me to be to make a difference, to want to make a difference. So beginning at UC Berkeley and throughout my tenure at Georgia Tech, I helped create a number of programs to increase participation by underrepresented students in STEM fields. For example, at Georgia Tech, I led a program called Facilitating Academic Careers in Engineering and Science, or FACES was the acronym. Its purpose was to increase the number of underrepresented PhD recipients at Georgia Tech. And it was quite successful. Over the duration of the program, more than 430 minority students received PhD degrees in science or engineering at Georgia Tech. And at that time, that was the most in such fields over that period of time in the nation, likely still the most. So targeted efforts like these can lead to great success. In our case, we helped create a College of Engineering that was the largest and most diverse of its kind in the country. I don't want to monopolize the conversation, so I'm going to go to my panelists, again, in alphabetical order. Let's start with President Barabino.
Thank you, Chancellor May. My path to engineering was interesting, and I did not start out in engineering. I started out as a pre-med chemist at the University of Louisiana, and I came to engineering as a graduate student. When I entered the graduate program in chemical engineering at Rice University in Houston, I was the first African-American to be admitted to that program at the graduate level. And then as I went on to pursue an academic career, when I entered Northeastern University as a chemical engineering assistant professor, I was the first African-American female to hold a tenure track position in chemical engineering in the country. And then when I moved on to my deanship in engineering at the City College of New York in the CUNY University of New York system, was the first African-American female in the country to hold a deanship in a College of Engineering at an institution that was not an HBCU. So my path was one that I did not see role models in others who looked like me, but I did have instilled in me from my parents the value of education and the value of excellence and being excellent in whatever path you chose. Some things that really stood out to me in the pathway that made it really critical in terms of some of the decisions that I made and choices that I made in my own career was around the lack of people who look like me in the field, and to commit myself to making sure that others did not have to go through what I went through, and that there was more of a sense of opportunities for our people from our background. And like Chancellor May, I did look at what are some ways we could create programs that would really help ensure the success of racialized minorities in particular. And one program that is still active today is the Minority Faculty Development Workshop that I worked on. It's funded by the National Science Foundation. And what it does is actually a way of providing development opportunities for people who from underrepresented groups to become faculty members. And one reason why I wanted to focus on the faculty, because we know that if there are more faculty who look like us, there's more of an opportunity to attract students. And that's one area that does not necessarily get addressed, and that the development opportunities need to continue throughout a career path. So that's an example of my own career path. And I'd like to turn it over to our other distinguished panelists so we can hear about their paths as well.
Thank you, Gilda. Let's go to President Pines.
Thank you, Chancellor May. And my story is similar. I'm a product of two blue-collar parents. I grew up in Oakland, California with two siblings in a two-bedroom house in the middle of an impoverished zone. And we were, three of us, the first generation to really go to a four-year institution. My pathway was to go to UC Berkeley since it was close to where I grew up. And my access was a NACME scholarship that allowed me to attend University of California, Berkeley as an undergrad and allowed me to pay for it. I'm grateful to NACME for actually paving a pathway financially for me to be on this panel today. And I'm fortunate. I wanted to study aerospace engineering. Unfortunately, at UC Berkeley, they did not have aerospace engineering. They had mechanical, so I chose mechanical. And I was lucky to come across a person who inspired me, which was my academic advisor. His name is Professor Dan Moe, who ended up being a mentor over my entire career, starting at the age of 18 to the age I am today. And after undergrad, I decided that I wanted a next challenge of graduate school. And as we all remember, a person by the name of Dr. Howard Adams loves to get you inspired about going to graduate school. I met him as a junior mechanical engineering major, and I was inspired by his message of going to get an advanced degree. So I became a GEM fellow as a master's student and went to MIT to earn my master's degree. And later as a graduate student at MIT, I wanted to take the additional challenge and of course continue on to get a doctoral degree in mechanical engineering at MIT. And I earned a Patricia Roberts Harris scholarship to pay for the 3 or 4 years of additional schooling in the doctoral program. Now I became the 8th PhD historically at MIT to get a mechanical engineering PhD. I didn't actually know that at the time. I thought I was the only one because I hadn't seen anyone other than a few others in the school at the graduate level. I would later, meander my way through a career in the Department of Energy for a few years, and then I got here to the University of Maryland as an assistant professor. And similar to President Barabino and to you, Chancellor May, we all, like all of us, since we didn't see so many of us who looked like us, who were Black and brown in STEM majors in engineering, we had almost a desire, a need to give back. And similar to you guys, I created a program called Sloan Scholars Program. I was the director of that program. I also became, as an assistant professor, the GEM representative for the entire College of Engineering. And to me, that was almost my most, sort of credible thing I did, which is to help others come behind us and earn master's degrees and PhDs. And over time, similar, it was in the number of hundreds of degrees were earned by minority students at the University of Maryland. And so this propensity of all of us to give back to our community is powerful. And I don't think all of us could have thought when we went to undergrad that we all would end up being presidents and chancellors, some N years later. And I just want to say one personal note. I met Chancellor May, who was an inspiration to me because he was a graduate student a few years ahead of me as an undergrad, because he came as a graduate student at UC Berkeley. He was also, he undercut himself, he was the chair of the National Society of Black Engineers at the time. And he was an inspiration both nationally to undergraduate students in STEM. And we got a chance to meet him because he became a graduate student at UC Berkeley when we were undergrads. So we thank him for his leadership for all students. Thank you.
Thank you, President Pines. Daryl is trying to make me sound old. It's President Washington's story now.
Well, look, it's for me to be here with all of you. It's interesting. I don't want to go through a process of repeating everything that was previously said. I think our sojourn was very, very similar. It was always just one or two in every single class I took, and no more than three. I can never remember counting in any of my calculus classes and physics classes early on, and definitely when you got into the upper division classes, it was always one or two of us, and we banded together. It was a tight-knit group, and those people are still my very best friends to this day. But one of the things that group at NC State, and that's where I did my undergraduate and graduate work, one of the things that group did, and I was fortunate enough to be leading that group, is we organized. We established a student newspaper for African-American students called the Nubian Message. That paper is still running to this very, very day. We established an organization to bring a Black cultural center to campus. And was actually successful in doing that, and that cultural center stands to this day. We started tutoring programs in both calculus and physics, because those were the courses that were weeding African-American students out. And we started these study sessions and engagement sessions that basically revolved around Black students. I too, as Daryl mentioned, received the Patricia Roberts Harris Fellowship. I had a mentor at NC State who was the dean of the engineering school at that time, who kind of pulled me aside when I went into his office to complain that we had no American TAs. All of our TAs for all of our classes were foreign, and you couldn't understand half of them. And so we went in as a group of students to complain about that, and he pulled me aside and he said, look, you need to be part of the solution or part of the problem. I'll send you to grad school. I see your grades. I'll send you to grad school and we'll pay you, in fact. I didn't know that you got paid to go to grad school at the time. And so I wound up at grad school and got the Patricia Roberts Harris, which is the same fellowship that Daryl just mentioned. And it was during that time that I recognized that I needed to be an academic, and that really the only way for us to solve the challenges in STEM is for us to be in the positions in which we are now and change the structures of our academic institutions in order to be a light and a beacon and a model for other institutions nationally. This can be done. We can make a better outcome for African Americans in particular, but for people of color in general. And we can do that in STEM.
Thank you, Greg. All great insights. In fact, you've provided a good segue into my first question for the panel. And that is, what do you think is the single greatest obstacle to diversifying STEM? I talked about the longstanding intractability of this problem. And then what actions do you all think will make the biggest difference toward that goal? Let's go alphabetically again, Gilda.
Okay. So, to me, it's hard by a single great obstacle, but I will say this. When I think about obstacles, I'm thinking about the accumulated disadvantages that stem from behaviors and attitudes that serve to limit the progression of some and disadvantage some while advantaging others. And so there are things that, because of those behaviors and attitudes that are sometimes built on biases and stereotypes, they can serve to limit progression. They can serve to keep people out. They can also serve to render us and our contributions invisible. And there are things like, we see you, but we don't see you. So you're hyper visible because you're a person of color, but you're invisible when it comes time to recognition and collaboration. There are things like, as a woman of color in particular, you are invisible when we're talking about race and ethnicity in terms of your gender. And then when we talk about gender, you're invisible when we talk about race and ethnicity, because the intersection of race and gender makes a difference. And so those kinds of invisible things that are harder to see, name, and act on create a cumulative set of disadvantages that I think really makes a difference that we don't necessarily deal with. So how do you deal with that? You have to be willing to name it, recognize it, and say, yeah, actually it does exist. It is very difficult to change behaviors, but if we know that that's something that we need to pay attention to, and we have some institutional ideas around accountability and leadership in those areas, we can actually start to hold people accountable around their behaviors and their attitudes.
Thank you. Daryl, what do you think?
I think Chancellor May, one of the great things about universities is that people from different zip codes are allowed to come together for the same reasons, which is to get an education to advance their mobility in society. And what I see is some of the standard issues that need to be systematically fixed. One of them is still increasing the pipeline problem in those zip codes that are disadvantaged because they don't have enough resources per K-12 student to have, say, AP classes, which are highly coveted for STEM disciplines. I also think there's systematic issues as it relates to the admissions process. I think we need more of our universities to have more of a holistic review in the application process. And that what's really fortunate about this particular year is that all of us are in this crisis mode where all of us are looking at test optional, and maybe test optional for the next several years because of the situation with students able to test in their local domains physically and in person and virtually. So this is going to be an interesting experiment over the next couple of years. I think it's going to enhance diversity at our institutions because I think most of us are going to move to a holistic review process that will enhance the ability of applicants to get into our institutions without having to be measured by one standardized test. And that's true at the undergraduate and at the graduate level. So that's one of the systemic issues that I think we'll see some interesting data in all of our schools as it relates to the test optional. The other part is, of course, the standard part, which is access and affordability. Affordability is always a problem for those low-income populations, those first-generation populations. So we must make it a national imperative to provide financial assistance, financial aid. There should be a national scholarship program not to leave any talent behind so that everyone can get an education at public and private institutions. And of course, the issue of accessibility. We need to find pathways for every student from different zip codes to get access to a four-year education and to enhance their family mobility and to enhance the nation's productivity in STEM. So for example, partnerships with two-year institutions where there's a pathway of a journey of a diverse person into our institution. So I think there's a lot of systemic issues still that exist that we can break down as presidents and chancellors, but also the financial part. And I think Chancellor May, you said this, and I think President Washington, you also said this. So I want to mention this on your behalf, which you both have promoted, but because we're all engineers, of a 15th grand challenge, which is to really focus on a national imperative for diverse students getting an opportunity into education. So that education is that 15th grand challenge. And I give credit to President Washington and to Chancellor May, who have mentioned that at many, many meetings before.
Thank you, President Pines. President Washington.
Well, look, and I'm also interested in you on this one, Gary.
Yeah.
I know you're asking the questions, but look, my response to this is that it's culture, and it's culture in a number of venues. Look, the people with the greatest history in STEM on the planet have the greatest fear of it, and you know. And that is a culture that exists in our community. It's real. We actually have to deal with it. But there is a national culture on top of that. And that national culture does not foster any adoption or engagement, or very little adoption and engagement of STEM in our youth. I grew up in New York City, grew up in the heart of Harlem. And I can tell you that in every neighborhood, in every projects, you can find multiple basketball courts set up for kids to engage in basketball. But there was never an emphasis in anything related to science, and not where I grew up, related to science and technology. And I know that when we went into the poorest neighborhoods in California, when I was at UC Irvine, as we engaged those neighborhoods in Watts and Compton and the like, I was amazed at how little influence and engagement those communities had with STEM. And so we have to engage our people and we got to engage them early to help them deal with that fear portion. I do believe that because many of us are starting so late, it's going to be hard for students to get into many of our institutions. And so, as Daryl mentioned, a critical framework, one that we are pioneering here in Mason, and I know others, probably everybody on this call is doing the same, is the pathways approach. We've got to have strong networks of community colleges who have partnered with us so that students can start there and finish at our academic institutions with zero loss of credits, with zero loss of time. And that is the ultimate goal. But engagement is the most critical piece.
President Washington, so you asked for my opinion, so I'm going to give it to you. And I'll try to be brief, but I've said for quite some time on this issue is that we know how to fix this.
Yeah.
There are dozens of examples of programs and enrichment activities that have been successful, but what we have is 1,000 points of light and no constellation. So no national plan, nothing that ties them together. So we don't have the will. I've said what we need are the resources, sustained resources, and the will to make it happen and scale at scale. So that's my opinion in brief on this issue. I think we could have a long discussion about this, but I have some other questions they'd like me to get to. I'm going to turn to current events. So a recent Pew Research poll cites that 80% of Black Lives Matter protesters are in fact not Black. So in light of the sustained national social unrest and social justice movement in the wake of the killing of George Floyd, and more recently this week, the decision on Breonna Taylor, do you all see any opportunities to involve others, people that are not people of color, in our diversity, equity, and inclusion work? Anybody?
So I'll just take the lead on this one. I think, we are living in both, first of all, two crises in the same year. And of course, one crisis has been around for 400 years in the United States, plus years, which is this history of racism, and more recently, history of police brutality, maybe even dates back hundreds of years. But I think it's actually crisis breeds opportunity. So all of us as chancellors and presidents have an opportunity to move the playing field to a better location because of this moment, as President Washington said, existential threats that have happened this year. We actually have an opportunity, and I'm hearing conversations that I never heard in the last 25 years of working at this institution, where people are actually having authentic conversations about race, religion, other areas, sexual identity. That has never happened because they see this horrific act that we all just don't even want to reiterate about what has happened in our country, and we want to make it a better place. You mentioned this Pew report that 80% of the people participating in the Black Lives Matter movement are not Black. And you know why? People from the age range of 18 to 35 don't think we've done enough in our age group. We don't think we've done enough to solve the problem of the social unrest and the social injustice in our country. And they want to see a better country overall. So for the first time with the Black Lives Matter movement, it ended up in this year being the largest movement, social movement, civil rights movement in the history of the world. It just didn't trigger demonstrations here in the United States, it triggered demonstrations across the world. We cannot lose this moment of opportunity as presidents and chancellors to move our faculty to a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive environment for all. And, President Barabino has been working on these incredible faculty development workshops that really show efficacy of how one can instill diversity, inclusivity, and advance the professoriate for universities and for departments and how they should go about doing it. If we just executed, as you said, 1,000 points of life and a national model, we could actually become a more diverse and inclusive faculty. And that's the conversations that are happening today that were not happening, a few years ago, but people are actually having now these authentic conversations about how to increase diversity, equity, and inclusion at the faculty level, at the administration level. So we have an opportunity as presidents and chancellors to really advance the cause of this mission of the Black Lives Matter movement.
Thanks, Daryl. Other opinions on this topic?
I'd like to add to what President Pines was saying. We can't lose this moment of this heightened attention. And part of why people are protesting is like, we need action. We need something to happen now. And now that that's there, like you can do something once you at least name it. People are ready for action. People are ready for the action. And I think this is the time, and we need allies. We need those allies who have been in positions of power to use that power to amplify the voices so that we can start changing this kind of dynamic. We need the authentic voices of those who are actually experiencing the inequities and the disadvantages and the injustice, but we need to partner with those who can, again, use their positions of privilege in a way that it can move the whole, not just dialogue and discourse, but the actions and implementation forward. The time is absolutely now. President Pines is right. Like we as presidents can do something. You're going to hear President Washington is going to add to this for sure. But we as a group, and Chancellor May, you as well, we've been saying this all along. We've been saying we know what to do. We know what the problem is. Action, action. We've been saying this. And I think this is our moment to seize on that with our allies, give up some of that power and share it, amplify, and move towards action.
You know, the challenging thing that we have right now in front of us, and I agree with both President Pines and President Barabino on this matter. Everything they said is exactly right. We actually have to resolve this issue in short order. We have to make our major gains. We won't resolve it, but we have to make our major gains now. Look, already, you know, if you go back in June, it was about 70% support for the Black Lives Matter movement and the outcomes of that. If we look fast forward to just a study done by the same Pew Group just recently here in September, it's down to 55% support. And so we know that that national sentiment won't last long. We have a window. We have to act while that window is open and before people move on to the next thing. And so time is of the essence.
And just, can I just add one more thing, Chancellor May?
Sure.
So I want to, you know, President Washington is 100% right. You know, our American memories are so short. It's amazing. So, you know, what a year, right? And they already, like, the interest has gone down by 15%. It's ridiculous, right? It's absolutely ridiculous. And, you know, but for the first time, because of this movement, right? Because of this movement, the Black Lives Matter movement, we saw it, although it didn't lead to where we want to be, we saw police reform legislation come through Congress, right? Now, it didn't really get through the Senate to get to something tangible. So some good things happened, but it was the first time in years that the discussion and the movement led to something that was structural, possible structural change. That's the kind of stuff that we need to keep going, and we cannot let die in our institutions. So that could mean police reform in our own respective institutions on how we interface with the police and how to interface with our campus communities, because we know that there's a differential negative treatment to certain communities and rather than others. So we must use that moment to make our campus climate a little bit better as it relates to either our own campus resources or those that we work with in the surrounding community.
Thank you. Insightful from all of you. I'm going to switch the topic of gatekeepers. At various stages of our careers, all of us have been gatekeepers in some sense. People who control access, entry, and even retention at various stages of the STEM pathway. Sometimes the gatekeeper can discourage students, particularly our students of color, from pursuing careers because of the scarcity of role models and other reasons. This is especially true in engineering and computer science. Tell me about some strategies that you've considered to overcome these gatekeeper issues.
I'll speak if first. I was very fortunate when I went to UC Berkeley. I think what's important in terms of the gatekeeper facade is to identify mentors. Even as a young person, you know, 17, 18 years old, I didn't know at the time that I would meet a person who would be my academic advisor at the age of 18, who would simply just sign my schedule of classes for every semester. But I realized that this was a powerful figure, you know, after a year. And that person was Professor Dan Mote at the time. He would later become president of this university that I'm the president of now. But little did I know that that little relationship that I established as an 18-year-old would last for over 35 years, and he would be a mentor to me at every stage of my career. So I got lucky and identified a mentor who mentored me my entire career, from going from undergraduate to graduate school, from graduate school to a faculty member, from a faculty member to administrative lead, and ultimately to president of the same institution that he was president of. I mean, who can talk about a story like that started at age 18? So the point I'm making is and there were others that contributed to all of our lives, and others that contributed to my life. But you can find a mentor that can be that advisor throughout your entire career. And identifying someone that cares about you and is willing to step in and help you get through the gates, as you mentioned, the gatekeepers, these other individuals who are powerful in your fields of engineering can break down the gates and open up the gates for you. And it's important to identify them as you matriculate, even as an undergraduate. Be very strategic, because those individuals are going to write letters for you, and letters for jobs, letters for graduate school. They're going to make a phone call, because the other gatekeeper part of graduate school is they know people. And they can say, hey, President Barabino is a great biological researcher. You should pick her up as soon as possible, right? That's what really happens. So it's important to identify potential mentors as early on.
That story about Dan Mote is a great story, and I'm sure he's proud of you. Gerald.
Yes.
Dan Mote also became president of the National Academy of Engineering, for those of us that don't know that. So I also have a similar story. Wayne Clough was my mentor, who was president at Georgia Tech, and in many ways responsible for me becoming chancellor or president. So for those of you that are at UC Davis, you can blame Wayne Clough on my position. Gilda, Greg, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'd like to speak about the gatekeeping that happens in so many different ways, just sort of put something to it that people don't necessarily think about, is particularly when you're in the absence of mentoring. Like those, you sort of alluded to it, Chancellor May, when you were saying, like discouragement, but those things are real. Like someone gets discouraged early on or pointed in a direction or encouraged to go into a particular direction. That stuff's real. The idea that we don't necessarily see people who look like us, that's real. That's gatekeeping in itself. And when there's not the mentors there, like how do we mentor ourselves, like be resourceful and so on. So the point that I would bring up to sort of, add to what President Pines just said, what do you do when there's not those mentors? And how do you create that space? So part of it, I think, is really important that more of us need to be in there. More of us need to have a seat at the table. More of us need to be in the rooms where the decisions are being made and having our perspective there. More of us need to be in leadership positions. Early on, I never saw myself as an administrator. I just didn't. I just saw myself as a faculty member and a researcher. Part of why I wanted to enter into administration, because I felt like there was a possibility to have broader impact than I might have as an individual faculty member, even me mentoring others, to impact policy and practices, or literally just be in the room and hear what's going on, know how the system works, so I could share that information with others so that we can become more socialized into this profession. So the things that we can do to make sure that we are in the room and more like us are in the room, I think that's going to make a difference as well, because we're not always going to have mentors. And I'm going to go back to the piece about what you can do, have that self-efficacy, that self-confidence, pull on support mechanisms, even if they're not in the traditional way, that just keeps you strong, that helps you say, look, I can do this, because we're not all going to have the same opportunities or access or advocates at the same time. But what can we do in the absence of that, I think, is going to make a difference as well.
Thank you. Greg?
Well, look, my philosophy here is very simple one. We need to just make sure we open the dang gate. And look, my reality has been that every student of color who will listen, I just encourage them to go to grad school. I encourage them to go as far as they possibly can and get as much as they possibly can. And my personal meter has always been, well, how many students of color am I graduating as graduates? Because in terms of PhDs and master's students, because that is the model that I tried to portray to my faculty. And even people who, were sitting there with a 2.1, 2.2, I tell them, you need to go to grad school. So I got a 2.1. Well, let's get it up to a 2.5, and then let's work on getting it up to a 3.0 so that you can get in. The reality is that as we progress through the system, our numbers become smaller and smaller. And the reality that I've seen is that the higher people go, the more they're able to do for others. It just seems, you know, you get folk, you get them a PhD, they go into academia, and they're able to impact literally hundreds of students, right? And if you can do that with 3 or 4 people, they go back and they impact many more, right? And so that's kind of been my reality. Don't be a gate. Try to, or if you are, there are some times where we got to close the gate. I get it, but we want to keep it open as much as possible.
Agreed. Thank you. We're starting to get some questions from the audience. So I'm going to go to our first audience question. And it goes back to one of our previous discussions. So how would you advise an engineering student who's torn right now between focusing on their courses or engaging in social justice work? And how do you balance the two?
Look, I will tell them that they actually should do both. There's nothing wrong. Look, I was very involved in activism during the time that I was a student. I think it's incredibly important for students to focus on causes in entities bigger than themselves. Then you have to use that as a motivator to enforce you working on your studies, because the bottom line is if you don't get your degree, you're going to be a less of a help to people in the future. And it is critical that you graduate, right? And so use it as fuel. We took a group of students to Africa, and the sum grade point of that group when they returned to the US and they came back as students increased by a full point, their GPAs. And that was because they understood that the struggle was much bigger than they were, and that they had a responsibility to do well so that you can help others, right? It's not just about yourself then, it's bigger than you. And look, it's bigger than all of us. I know y'all all realize that, right? And when you realize that, you actually perform better. And so somehow we got to get that message to our youth.
Indeed, yeah. Others want to get in here?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think it's, sorry.
No, go ahead, Daryl.
I just want to say, I think I agree with Greg wholeheartedly that it's important that you balance your academics with your social justice causes. And so, for example, we just, I supported 100% for all of our students. So we're fortunate because we're close to Washington, D.C., like George Mason. And I actually encourage our students, socially distanced, wearing a mask, to go to the 57th anniversary of the March on Washington on August 28th. I actually even was willing to provide buses for students to go down in a socially distanced way to go. And many of them went. And as President Washington, they're inspired by that to not only to address these social injustice issues in our country, but to come back inspired to get an education and make a difference in that university. So this is even more uplifting to be a part of both in the balance of what you do as a human being. So I agree.
Thanks, Daryl. Gilda?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a fine point to both of those comments, is that we need to be true to our authentic selves. Too often we are asked to check our identities at the door. Check that Black identity at the door, check that female identity at the door, check the cultural piece at the door, because you're entering this STEM environment or whatever it is. We don't have time for that. It doesn't fit. And so part of how we become true to ourselves is to take part and advocate for those things that are really important to us. And so the balance part is important as well. And I just wanted to share one thing that I thought really helped me along the way was, how do you integrate that with your studies or what your cause is? And for me, early on, graduate studies, for example, I used engineering principles applied to sickle cell disease. Why sickle cell disease disproportionately affects Blacks, African Americans. So if we can find ways to integrate and combine this passion around who we are, giving back to our communities and our studies and the impact that we're trying to make, it can definitely be that kind of motivator that pushes us for our own advancement, but also the greater advancement of those who share backgrounds like us and the country at large or the world at large, because we need those kinds of contributions.
Can I give one last statement on this, Gary, if you don't mind?
Sure.
'Cause I want the students to understand that all of us participated in this social change movement. So back in the 80s, when there was this advocacy for divesting from corporations that did business in South Africa because Nelson Mandela was still in prison, all of us during that time period participated at our respective universities that we were either undergraduates or graduates at. And that social justice problem wasn't solved for about 4 or 5 years till finally he was released in the early 90s. And all the universities had divested from corporations that did business in South Africa. So your activism is over a longer period of time, but it can inspire you to focus on something while still getting your education. But I wanted you to tell you that we were authentic in that commitment to that social justice problem. And we see what you're facing and what we're all facing. And so you could be authentic to your commitment to the Black Lives Matter movement as well.
Thank you. I think the idea of authenticity and particularly integrating your academic activities with the social justice is really profound. I will reinforce one thing I think I heard all of you say in one way or another. Balance is important. We don't need academic martyrs. If you flunk out, you're not going to be able to help anybody. So make sure you keep that balance in mind. I'm going to go to the next question from the audience, and it's around GPA. One of our students is asking, do we as presidents think GPA is an indicator of success?
GPA is an indicator of how well you have negotiated through whatever system you're in. GPA is a measurement of how well you're doing in that particular system. And as we talk about gates, it is the biggest gatekeeper. It's the thing that will keep you from progressing faster than anything else. And that's not just in graduate school, that's in getting the job you want in industry, that's in getting the internship you want, that's in getting the opportunity you want at a national lab. It can be a problem. And so it's one that I encourage people focus on it. It is indeed worthy of your focus.
Daryl or Gilda, any thoughts there?
Yeah, I also think it's worthy of our focus as leaders to push that there's a more holistic evaluation of people beyond a GPA. So what President Washington just said, that's the reality. That's what we're dealing with. But how do we push against that reality? You know, there are many entrepreneurs, there are many people who've done really well who tell you now, in the midst of all their success, that they were horrible students or that their GPA was not very good. So we know, like, yeah, it's an indicator of something, but it's not necessarily an indicator who will ultimately be successful, and it is a huge gatekeeper. So if we can push towards a more holistic way of evaluating a person and their contributions, I think that would make a big difference, and it's absolutely needed. We can.
Uh-oh.
I think we lost President Barabino.
Mid-sentence. Go, Daryl.
No, I totally agree with Barabino and President Washington. It's definitely a gate, one of the gates in academia. And there's President Barabino.
Yeah.
You want to continue, Barabino?
Yeah, we lost for a second. I'm back.
Okay. Did you complete your thought?
I did.
Okay. So I just was, backing you up and President Washington as well. I do think holistic review is where we're headed, thanks to these things that are happening. The test optional will lead to some of that. But in addition, there's this concept for admissions that is starting to evolve, which is these digital portfolios, electronic portfolios, which is a way for you, at least to get into four-year institutions, to provide more evidence of your background and your ability to do the work in a particular discipline, which I think will allow more students to get access to the academy and to an opportunity to get an education. But I do not think the GPA is going to ever go away as one of the measures or as a gate. But I think these other elements will allow you to allow all of us to have greater success increasing diversity and inclusion.
We also do emphasize mastery as a as a framework where you don't get a GPA, but you don't move on to the next station until you've shown a level of mastery beyond a certain level. And that is another way to kind of get away from it.
Yep.
You know.
And it does evolve over time. As an undergraduate, certainly GPA, having a requisite GPA is a necessary condition for continuing. In graduate school, GPA is necessary, but not a sufficient condition for success, right? So, and as a professional, obviously, you're evaluated on what you can do and what you can contribute. So you just got to keep that in mind. I've got another question from the audience. I'd like to hear some examples and advice from them about them meaning us, how best to advocate for our students on campuses, especially at PWIs, predominantly white institutions, and especially in mid-level positions, and especially from perspective of university leadership. So how do we advocate for our students on our campuses? You know, this is a bit of a balancing act for us because, you know, I'm the chancellor of a university. I'm not the chancellor of the Black students at the university, right? So we often have some tension in our responses to various situations. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
I would say, again, it's about balance. So I can't do everything for the Black students and not do everything for other students as well. Even in this time of crisis, even though it's deferential anti-racism to anti-Black racism, as we think about, again, George Floyd. But we all have to realize as presidents that there's a balance there. There are other marginalized groups on our campuses that are requiring our attention. And if we do it in a balanced way, then it doesn't seem deferential. And I would say in your advocacy for students for African-American students or Latinx students in your community, I would say do it in a balanced way. I think it is elevated in this given crisis year of 2020. I think there's more receptivity on our university campus than ever before to listen to colleagues about how we can advance the capability and the retention and graduation of various diverse groups on our campus. If they can't listen this year, what year can they listen? I mean, so I feel like, I'm sure my colleagues feel the same way. I'm getting a lot of receptivity around talking to our different faculty and staff groups about what to do. They're anxious to do things with us. We've started the first discussion of reconciliation and slavery and the history of how University of Maryland was created in terms of slaves. It was a plantation. We've never had those conversations before. And now we can have those authentic conversations to kind of understand our past and build from our past to go into our future. So I think there's a great opportunity for all those who are advocates for our students to speak to leadership cleanly, professionally, and to advance the community and the inclusivity of your students at your campuses.
One thing I will make sure that we add to this discussion, which is a slight departure from the way in which we've dealt with things in the past, is that there is an equity issue here. And I'm not talking about an equality issue. There's an equity issue. And from the perspective of equity, by definition, it means that we may have to give different students different things, right? What will work for a Black male student may not work the same way for a Latinx student. And that may not work the same way for a female student. And we have to understand and help our communities understand that our solutions for marginalized groups won't look necessarily the same. They won't be equal, right? But they can all give those groups what those groups need in order to be successful.
So part of that is like applying an equity lens to what it is we're doing. Part of the equity lens, I think if we look at the experiences and totally understand the experiences of the most marginalized groups, we can learn from that experience in a way that we can create environments that are more inclusive for them, which will then be more inclusive for everyone. So we should not necessarily shy away from targeting and really understanding the experiences of the marginalized groups, whatever that marginalization is. How do we learn from that experience and understanding it in a way that we can create those environments that are more inclusive? There's a whole body of work that's been done looking at the experiences of women of color in particular, and through that lens, which again looks at that intersection of race and gender, understanding that level of marginalization and how to address it has definitely impacted how people have been able to learn from that and create environments that will contribute to the success of everyone.
Yeah, and I would just say that we are in a position of leadership that allows us, if we choose to be unapologetic champions for diversity. And that means we have no hesitation in setting a diversity agenda on our campuses. I believe, and I know you all believe this, that diversity makes us better. So as we support and advocate for our students of color, we are in fact supporting and advocating for the university and making our universities better. I'm going to go to the next question. If I can find it, hold on a second. All right, here we go. So this audience member would like to hear some examples. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not the right question. That's the one we just did. If I could find it, yes. I'm just seeing in the 10D. This question is from a recent HBCU grad, parentheses, Aggie Pride, to which, from UC Davis, I would say, which Aggies?
A&T?
I've seen this person, I've seen academic institutions overlook myself and other students because of our university. Have any of you collaborated with HBCUs to help increase Black student population in graduate school and create pathways to academia? Is there a plan to actively include HBCU students in recruitment?
Yeah.
Anybody
So,
want to do that?
yeah, so look, you know, I was a dean at both Ohio State and at UC Irvine, and we had multiple HBCU partners. At Ohio State, we had North Carolina A&T as a partner. That was a primary strong partner for us. And at Irvine is Alabama A&M was our primary partner. We had a number of others. Look, it makes sense to have those institutions as partners, not just to provide a pipeline of PhD students and other students into your program, but really to help our faculty understand and to help our faculty engage with as many students as color as possible. During those times, I tried often to get as many students and faculty from those campuses on my particular campus as much as possible. And what I learned there is that as faculty began to engage with one another and have classic faculty talk and engagement, people found that they had much more in common by accident than they had differences on purpose, right? And even to this day, there are a host of projects, initiatives, and joint proposals and papers that are emanating from faculty that we bring together. So my philosophy is you bring people together, you bring the right kinds of people together in a room, and you provide an opportunity and a framework for them to engage in. And my experience has been good things has happened.
I'd like to add to that conversation about HBCUs, whether there's a formal partnership or not. There's plenty we can learn from HBCUs. I'm a product of an HBCU. And I think that the lessons learned, the things that I would like people to see about what works at HBCUs is this culture of success, the culture of excellence, the culture of leadership, the culture that the expectation is you will succeed, that you are great, you are equipped, you are going to become a leader, you're expected to give back to the world, you're expected to do well, you're expected to help others. And there's something about that ingraining of that in the culture so that students coming out with those kinds of experiences in education have the confidence and the skill sets to go out and make a difference, regardless of what career path they're choosing. That idea of like, how do you actually instill that in a culture, make someone feel not only supported and included, but the expectation is for them to succeed. If we and institutions across the country, regardless, can learn from that, even if there's not a formal relationship, that will make significant difference in how we interact and how we support our students. So there's a lot to be learned from the HBCU model.
And I just would add a final comment on this, that there are 5 HBCUs that are near the state of Maryland: Howard, Morgan State, Coppin State, Bowie State, and University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And as President Barabino said, there's excellence everywhere. And the cool thing about HBCUs is excellence everywhere. So in one case, we have a partnership with Morgan State, and they are the lead on a research area, which is cybersecurity. And we are the sub to them because of the excellent group that they formed their partnership on cybersecurity in the state of Maryland. In another area, in transportation, we're partnered with several HBCUs where we're the lead and they're a sub to us on research. So it builds this collaboration and trust. And then collaboration, we have students that go back and forth. So wherever there's excellence, it's easy for the HBCU to lead. And to speak to your specific institution, NCANT, I don't know if you know this, but NCANT is the only historically Black college and university that has led a National Science Foundation Engineering Research Center. So you should be very proud of NCANT's leadership in material science research as related to a very large initiative. And there's only about 72 ERCs in the United States, and one of them was at NCANT.
Thank you all. So I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the critical HBCU partnerships that have existed at both of the institutions where I've worked. Georgia Tech has a long history of collaboration through its dual degree engineering program with the HBCUs in the Atlanta area. And I would say that Georgia Tech's success in diversity in engineering would not have happened without those partnerships. And currently at UC Davis, we have a thriving program that brings HBCU students, undergraduate students, to our campus for the summer to pursue science internships in the hopes that they will become graduate students. And I think we're hoping to grow that program. Finally, I will say that I'm very proud to have sent several of my own PhD graduates into the faculty at several HBCU institutions. So we've been asked to wrap it up. So I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to make one brief final statement, and I will conclude. So let's go back to the alphabet and start with President Barabino.
Well, I'd just like to end with, this is the time now for us to really seize the moment and make a difference, and to come together collectively, be it the academics partnering with industry, the leaders, corporate with academics and so on, to really create the kinds of action, sustainable action, that will lead to having more underrepresented minorities, not just participating, but thriving.
Thank you. President Pines.
And I would leave you with, this is a 2 crisis breeds opportunity for change. Change is going to happen. You can be a part of that change, even as a student in your activism. Balance your activism with your academic excellence. Never compromise your academic excellence. We need for you to get your degrees. We need for you to have those degrees to even have a greater commitment to the other side of the equation, the social justice side, but make sure it's balanced. Do what President Barabino said: listen, learn, and act. Thank you.
Thank you. President Washington.
Look, I don't want to repeat what the others just said. I am in agreement with them. I do want to highlight something to all that are listening. This group of presidents, the group of people that are on this panel with me, they don't just talk the talk. They actually have been walking it. I've had the pleasure of engaging with them, in some cases going way back to graduate student in early days as a faculty member. as an assistant professor, and I will tell you, these folk have been in the fight. And anything that this group of people tell you, follow it, because they've actually have not just blazed trails for themselves, but literally countless others. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that. You know, Gary don't like it to be said, but he is a little senior than the rest of us. He's a little advanced. And he doesn't quite realize how much all of us looked up to him in terms of what he did. He was definitely an inspiration for me. And I know Daryl and I were in very similar research areas, and we would talk about the stuff that Gary was doing all the time. And so I am, engage this group as much as possible and follow their feedback.
Thank you, Greg. So I'll just say, Joycelyn Elders, former Surgeon General of the United States, African-American woman, for those who are not familiar, said you can't be what you can't see. So to the audience, I would say, look at what you are seeing in front of you on your screen. These are examples, role models. I think I look up to all of them, even though they try to pretend like I'm old. I admire all their accomplishments. And, you know, when I was an undergraduate, I never thought I would see a moment like this where 4 former engineering deans are now presidents of universities. And I think it's a exceptional moment in time. And I want to thank all of my colleagues for participating on the panel. We want to thank NACME for inviting us. And I hope the audience got something constructive out of our discussion. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keynote.
All right, man. Hey,
Yeah.
Daryl.
Yeah.
Hey, Daryl.
Yes, sir.
The governor visited our campus on Wednesday. He was here on Wednesday.
Wow.
President Washington,
Oh,
they know
hold
that we can hear you.
Announced a new funding plan for Virginia universities.
Uh-huh.
He announced the day that he got COVID.
Okay.
I hope he didn't get it on another campus.
Quarantine, man, because
this country and this company. We've seen tough times, but we've learned we're better when we come together. A family-led business with 260,000 people working together at plants and offices and dealerships across every state in this union, employing more U.S. hourly workers than any other automaker. We've found we're strongest when we're building, assembling more vehicles in America than any other automaker. We know we succeed when we build for the future. That's why we're making our most iconic vehicles electric. We are both at our best, this country and this company, when we build for every single American. We were built in America. That's why we build for America.
new day, a new opportunity. What will you do today? How will you make a difference? We've started over 44,000 new days by asking ourselves these questions. Because ingenuity and innovation are in our DNA, we imagine and design. We experiment and prototype. We test and refine. And then we build. Helping to access resources, connect communities, and drive economies. Helping to provide cleaner and more reliable energy, faster and further reaching communications, and an ever safer, more secure world. 25,000 extraordinary projects on every continent, built on the same consistent values of safety, quality, ethics, and sustainability, delivering excellence to industry and government, and improving the lives of individuals, families, and communities. And we start each new day in the same way, aiming to build, aiming to make a difference. We are Bechtel.
You know, I'm often asked, where is Boston Scientific moving in the future, and how does this relate to diversity and inclusion? And one of the things you'll always hear me continuously say is that we set the bar high, and we keep it high. It's about progress over time, not overnight. And we're working toward getting greater representation at every level at Boston Scientific. But more importantly, we want to create a culture of inclusivity. We must continue to evolve to ensure we have the right leaders in the right place at the right time to drive innovation at every level and enrich our workplace with diversity and inclusion for everyone.
This is not some future far away. This is what we're doing now. Right now. The device you're watching this on. What's inside, we make possible. We help her conquer mountains. Help him battle flames. And this, charge full speed ahead. Our materials save lives and help new lives begin. They enable this telescope to see through galaxies and keep your inner galaxy healthy. And right now, we're even growing lettuce in space. We're around the world innovating to make life better. We don't wait for the future.
All of the problems of the world could be settled easily if we were only willing to think.
65 years ago, a decade before the Civil Rights Act, our founder wrote policy letter number 4, the first corporate mandate on equal employment in history. And every generation of IBMers has asked, how can we in our own time expand our understanding of inclusion? You can't be what you can't see.
I think inclusion is being able to incorporate lots of different viewpoints. I read recently that IBM has more than 360,000 employees. My job is to make sure that none of their voices get lost.
IBM's not defined by a product, it's really defined by IBMers. I co-chair the IBM Women's Council, which is the executive team that really sponsors women's initiatives as well as progressing women talent across multiple leadership roles, both in technology and business.
This is an important moment in time to really be able to show our next generation of young leaders what it is to be a woman in tech, a senior woman in tech, a business executive in tech.
To me, this is about first visible role models, because when we can see ourselves in technology, we can all build our future in it. We have literally hundreds of programs around the world that are focused on a truly global approach to diversity and inclusion.
We have these online communities. I've connected with trans people all over the globe. They face different cultural challenges depending on what country they're in, but one constant is IBM is going to be the inclusive part.
At IBM, we have what we call business resource groups. I'm part of the Hispanic one, and I'm part of the women's one that we have in Austin. In technology, everything is moving so fast. Having the inclusion, it makes a company more competitive.
Diversity creates innovation. When you have the leeway and the permission to be whoever you want to be within a company, you can actually give your perspective and know that it's valued.
The more work we do to make sure we are inclusive and we are diverse and we are the mirror of the world, the more generations of girls to come will look up and feel like they can achieve everything they want to achieve.
If you really want truly ethical, unbiased technology, we need to make sure that everyone has equal opportunity to participate in its creation.
You can't be
what you can't see.
You can be
what you can't see.
You can't be what you
can't see.
Hello, future leaders. All of us at Merck, from our early career colleagues to those of us on the executive committee, play an important role in delivering on our mission to help save and improve patients' lives. We rely on students like you to take part in our mission and hit the ground running from day one with the support of our entire Merck community. I invite you to learn more from our employees about Merck's unique culture and career opportunities. They are ready and willing to share their perspectives on a career at Merck and to help you consider the paths that lay before you. In these times of uncertainty, it is even more important for you to learn how to prepare for the challenges of tomorrow, challenges we will face together. This is an unprecedented time, but I am hopeful in large part because of you. I am confident you have the talent, the knowledge, and the ability to help us make a positive impact in the world. Thank you.
The future used to feel pretty simple. I had a plan. Finish college, find a job, move to a new city.
See you later.
Lately, it just feels up in the air.
It's not the way I wanted to spend my senior year. I was supposed to have my first internship this summer, but that didn't happen.
Our world is changing so much right now. Life is changing, plans are changing. I don't like being on the sidelines. I want to be a part of the change.
This is a moment to write my own story, to be a trailblazer and inspire others on the way to achieving my dreams.
Adversity can either pull us apart or bring us together, and I want to step up and be part of a culture that moves towards change, not against it.
No matter what this year throws at me, I have dreams that I'm chasing.
I have a lot to give, a lot to say, and I'm not waiting anymore.
I want to learn from the best and be part of a platform where I can impact lives, billions of them.
And I'm done waiting for things to go back to the way they used to be.
This is my time, our time.
I'm ready to make an impact now.
Every day, the future unfolds. And every day, we rise to meet it. Pushing farther. Thinking bigger. Creating technologies that are ready for today's challenges. And forging tomorrow's path. That help propel, protect, and perform above all. Every day, the future unfolds. For our customers and our world. We know because every day, we're helping to build it. Raytheon Technologies, the future of aerospace and defense.
I always thought I'd follow an academic path, but once I started talking to Rolls-Royce at a career fair, it all sounded like the perfect fit. A chance to create as well as to think.
My experience as an intern at Rolls-Royce has been totally different from the other places that I've worked at. Here at Rolls-Royce, you're part of the action.
When I applied to Rolls-Royce, I never expected to find myself at the Advanced Manufacturing Research Center in Sheffield. The most exciting project for me during the graduate program was being the project lead for the development of a component for an M250 helicopter engine.
The company was brilliant in terms of giving me exposure to different kinds of work. I was not only able to work with different teams within Rolls-Royce like legal, tax, and IP, but I was also able to work on contracts relating to England, Italy, and Germany. Rolls-Royce organizes a lot of activities for interns. We just did a scavenger hunt, and because we're so close to downtown, you can actually explore India.
Indianapolis is a vibrant, kind of quirky city with a lot of going on and lots of other people who are also just starting out in their careers. And there's some fantastic cycling infrastructure, which is one of my favorite ways to explore the city.
Housing is affordable, and the city has a really progressive feel about it.
I thought I had my future all mapped out, but the opportunities here changed everything.
That's the thing about Rolls-Royce. It can take you to unexpected places.
To get the hands-on experience of actually meeting customers, to work on projects that matter, and see the work you do make a difference.
That's why I chose the graduate development program here at Rolls-Royce.
That's why I chose the graduate program at Rolls-Royce.
That's why I chose a summer internship at Rolls-Royce.
Empower, empower,
empower.
Innovate, innovate,
Innovate. Innovate. Impact.
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 Empower, innovate, impact.
One of the things that most interested me in technology was the fact that you have so many opportunities and so many fields that you can go into.
I think it was the love of math and the love of science.
The part that I love the most is the true engineering part, the true creativity part. I think people don't always realize how creative the engineering process is. No doubt it has discipline, it has rigor, because in the end it has to execute and work, but there's a real art and creativity to how you put solutions together and innovate.
To be a woman in technology means that I've been able to accomplish some things that many people thought that women couldn't do.
I think women are changing the industry. I think they're bringing in a diverse background, experience, and new innovative ideas.
To be a woman in technology, well, sometimes that means that I'm the only one in the room, but it also means that I could bring into that room different perspectives, different experiences that will help enable better services to our customers.
To me, to be a woman in technology means someone who has overcome the challenges that can be associated with being in a male majority field.
Imagine if we were able to erase all of those challenges so women were really able to focus on their careers, their assignments, and taking care of their families.
The first thing a company has to do is decide to be deliberate in their efforts. You know, you always hear the stories about you can't find women, it's difficult to find them, but if you're very deliberate, if you set goals for yourself, develop relationships with women, the easiest way to find them is through other women. So the more that you hire, it opens the pathway for even more for the future.
They have opportunities in leadership and management. Promotion within is also another area that I think would be important in technology, is looking at the individuals who are in your company today and helping foster them into those roles.
Continuing support learning and development and education and training, support for everyone so they can continue to grow their skills, but couple that with mentorship to help round and grow the different individuals in the organization.
I think it starts with being fair in the recruitment process and making sure that women are a part of the planning and execution of your hiring strategy.
The advice I would give to young girls is just try things, because the second you try, you might end up loving it and you might end up taking a career in technology. And you might spend the rest of your life working in technology.
I would tell any young girl who thought that a career in technology is something that she wanted to do, to pursue it with the great passion that she has inside of her and use it to achieve whatever goals she set for herself.
My advice is to follow their dreams. It could be very challenging at times, but if that's what you like, follow your dreams, because it is a very rewarding career.
Find someone who is doing what you think you want to do and spend some time with them. Ask questions, hear their story. Find someone who's female but also male to get both perspectives.
It's like one of his town hall leadership tips is don't stop at the first no, because you're going to hear lots of no's. You might hear you can't do this, but don't stop, because you know you can. And if you think it, it will happen.
UPS inspires me because of the fact that there's such a range of diverse people that are willing to help and collaborate together to get a task done or to complete a project or a goal.
Two things inspiring me at UPS. First and foremost, obviously our partners. Secondly, true experiences that connect people. We had a customer that once really talked about how at UPS we don't just deliver packages, we really connect people and create experiences for people.
I can pursue through the BRGs my social interests in helping the communities, as UPS does, but I also was able to pursue this wonderful career that's given me ample opportunities literally around the world.
The UPSer spirit is one of teamwork, of drive, of determination, of rallying together to work towards a common goal, but also, most importantly, one of putting the person before the employee.
What I would like to do is just say thank you. The commitment and the support has been amazing. Rhonda and I greatly appreciate the leadership that we've had, and from an industry and partner and community perspective. Everyone's really come together to make a difference, and that's the true UPS way. And so we can't thank you enough for that.
We are women.
We are women.
We are women in technology.
In technology.
In engineering.
We are women in technology.
We are women in technology at UPS.
We are women in engineering at UPS.
At UPS.
We are women in technology at UPS.
Here at BP, we're proud to have helped fuel progress for more than a century. But now we need to look to the future with fresh eyes. Because over the coming years, billions of people will lift themselves out of poverty, making the demand for energy and the demands on our planet even greater than ever. This is the dual challenge, one of the greatest issues of our time. We all need to play our part. You, me, everyone. It won't be easy. True progress seldom is. But with our scale and know-how, we truly believe that if we can keep doing the right thing, they can keep thriving. If we can keep working as a team, they can keep playing as one. If we can keep creating opportunities, they can keep taking them. If we can keep achieving our ambitions, they can keep achieving theirs. If we can keep innovating, they can keep triumphing. If we can keep hiring incredible people, they can keep doing incredible things. If we can keep seeing possibilities everywhere, then we can keep expanding and nurturing our world-class team and overcome any challenges the energy landscape presents. We are all capable of crafting incredible careers whilst genuinely contributing to work that has meaningful impact for millions.
Plenty of people work to give the world what it wants. Some shiny new distraction, new ways to spend our money and our time. But who's working on what the world needs? Energy, healthcare, transportation. The world needs brilliant answers to urgent questions, like, how do we build the perfect jet engine, then use it to create power for places in need? How can we see the world in new dimensions to cure disease or prevent a deep sea spill? How can software spark a new industrial revolution where carbon footprints shrink, economies thrive, and machines have their own social network? These ideas don't happen behind closed doors, but in an environment where thinking flows freely, across oceans and industries, in every corner of the workplace, where passionate people get the tools to become extraordinary. Because there are no brilliant answers without those people. The ones who dare to lead while learning. Who can follow a legacy of innovation and write the next chapter. The pioneers, problem solvers, dreamers, and leaders. What the world needs is you.
HP, they provide a lot of opportunities for you to go out and volunteer during work hours. I really get personal fulfillment out of being able to help someone else. One of which is with the Alzheimer's Association. With Alzheimer's, I know that that's a hereditary thing in my family. So that could impact me or my child or my sister. If I can be a part of that cure, if I can be a part of helping someone else's family, although it may not help my family, that means a lot to me.
I went to grad school in coordination with Peace Corps at the Dominican Republic, building a water infrastructure project for 3 communities. This was kind of like the moment that are like all crying because of what this meant for their life from that moment going forward. When I ultimately made the decision to come here, a small part of me thought that maybe I was selling my soul. Working for HPE allows me to think about and contribute to big problems like climate change. The scope of impact is so much bigger when we're talking about a corporate scale. Business can be part of the solution, and it's not always part of the problem.
I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma in summer 2017. And everybody at the office was so supportive. I'm so grateful because I felt really safe, basically. I was in a very safe environment. Work really replaced part of my family in that really, really difficult time. And I can't thank them enough for that. I'm so eternally grateful.
I volunteered just part of who I am, but I think HPE makes it easy because it's one of the tenets of the company. I mean, Bill and Dave were pretty famous for encouraging people to give back to the community, and it's just the right thing to do.
We can see that all our employees actually come together with a common objective of making a difference. It's something that comes out from the heart. That is something that I really appreciate, and I'm truly blessed.
HPE has been able to create an opportunity for minorities to be in the engineering field, from scholarships to hiring them.
They promote and encourage you to do more mentoring. And some of those employees I mentored in college are actually HPE employees today.
I started as an intern about 6 years ago. I think HPE is making a really conscious effort to really develop women's careers and to make sure that everybody, no matter their race, their gender, their sexuality, is represented and given a fair chance to succeed.
I've been here 40 years. The company absolutely is built on the shoulders of the people that preceded us. The purpose stays the same, no matter where we are in the world. Being part of a positive force in the community.
There is the option to run a business sustainably, responsibly.
It brings a great sense of joy and pride in what this company stands for.
We're committed to the greater good.
Feels good knowing that you're helping people in need.
And that we continue to serve not just ourselves as a corporation, but serve the world. Who wouldn't want to work for a company like that?
We make software for people who make things, like your car, your house, your city, and even last night's creepy alien. But that's just for starters. We also make software that talks to robots, 3D prints fashion, and folds DNA. This is software for tomorrow, because the future is coming, and it is impatient, and it most certainly won't be quiet. And it will change us all. How we design, how we collaborate, how we build, how we make. It doesn't matter who you are. We all have a stake in what's next, because the challenges are mounting, and they'll need solutions we haven't even thought of. So it's time to get to work. At Autodesk, we give you the power to make anything. What are you going to do with it?
When we say diversity and inclusion, it's intrinsic to the Chevron culture.
We have people from Russia, people from France, people from different countries, different continents.
Diversity is not only visual, it is about experiences, opinions, and perspectives.
I get to be exposed not only to finance professionals, but professionals from all different backgrounds.
Being in Nigeria now for 6 years has been a very good experience. People are extremely open and receptive, and I love that.
I've found that folks that I interact with and the people that I work with on a day-to-day basis value my opinion because of different experiences that I've had.
We have challenges, and I think where diversity adds value is to meet those challenges requires some creativity.
We have a richness of ideas from people from different backgrounds.
I've brought things here from the North Sea that are maybe different experiences to the way the guys have been operating in Brazil.
You have a multifaceted team that are putting their thoughts together and coming up with a much stronger product.
We are accountable to ensure that are we having an inclusive environment to leverage diversity.
My supervisors show core values of inclusion by asking me to share my ideas.
One of the things I've learned a lot is the importance of trying to include people who don't necessarily promote themselves.
Having that culture really empowers the employees to speak out, to share their thoughts.
For me, the fundamental is really respecting each other, and then we learn from each other.
We are guests in this country. You want to put the best foot forward, but you also want to make sure you respect the culture that they have and learn from it.
You really need to take the time to really understand everybody's culture that's part of the team.
It really made a difference to me that my personal values were aligned with the organization that I worked for.
At Deloitte, we don't make widgets. We don't sell a product. We aren't in a store near you.
We are in the business of people.
Innovators,
Collaborators,
introverts, extroverts,
dreamers, and deep thinkers.
Our people provide industry-leading audit,
consulting, tax, and advisory services,
working together with one purpose: to deliver measurable, lasting results for our clients.
In a business built on people, our inclusive culture is critical.
A culture where all of our people connect through our shared values
and the impact we make on the world.
Belong to a team that believes in us and values who we are.
And grow through meaningful opportunities.
At Deloitte, we pursue our passions, interests, and purpose.
Authenticity is honored and respected.
We celebrate what we have in common,
while highlighting what makes us each unique.
Courage is recruited, cultivated,
and unleashed.
This is what makes us stronger as individuals.
And extraordinary together.
How can technology create more opportunity, not for a few, but for all? It is about empowering the students of today to create the world of tomorrow.
Empowerment is all about giving someone the right tools and the right opportunities to be able to imagine even greater things.
There's so many different things I want to change in the world.
That's one of the best parts about Microsoft is that something that I do could affect millions of people.
You can help make the tools that will be a catalyst for positive change. Welcome to Intern Day 2020.
Time to face my greatest fear.
The world has never needed good ideas more than now. You bring a unique voice and perspective to the table. You're exactly where you need to be.
Time for them lessons, time for them blessings, time for first, second, third, fourth impressions. Your time has come.
You're part of the most diverse intern class in Microsoft's history.
Being here, I see so many women who look like me, and it just kind of lets me know I can achieve exactly what they have.
Be who you are.
The world is its best when we see and hear everybody.
Your time has come.
I'm encouraged by your generation. Your energy is necessary. Your ideas are necessary. Your voice is necessary. Y'all are the ones who are going to really change the world.
You are the culture of Microsoft. So we're excited. We have interns co-create with us, engaging, learning, creating platforms for other interns to learn.
I'll call it our next generation of talent. You are visionaries. You are innovators. You are creators.
Video games have developed into a mature storytelling medium.
We have Xbox Series X coming out later this year, which is a tremendously powerful console.
Can I get an Xbox early?
Think about the difference that we have all made in just our few weeks at Microsoft.
I hope you're proud of all you've been able to accomplish, even under some very challenging circumstances.
There you go, there you go.
You're right at the beginning of your career and you have so many options in front of you. Jump a little bit further than you think you can.
Seize this moment, it is yours.
Don't be afraid to take risks. Never stop learning.
Real change is on the horizon.
This is that moment in history for us.
I know we're going to be the change.
Never stop. Just keep going.
Microsoft intern class of 2020.
Congratulations!
Hello, fellow NACME scholars. My name is Quinnell Smith. I graduated from the Georgia Institute of Technology with highest honors while receiving a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering and a minor in Industrial Design. Throughout my time at Georgia Tech, I was involved in the Georgia Tech Society of Black Engineers, served as President and Vice President of Event Coordination for the Black Student Recruitment Team, was a mentor to freshmen and transfer minority students at the Office of Minority Education and Development, was a Pi Tau Sigma Honor Society member, and danced with the Georgia Tech Dance Company for 2 years. During my tenure at the institution, I had the opportunity to intern with General Electric Aviation, Caterpillar, Ford Motor Company, and Northrop Grumman. I enjoyed getting to meet students from across the globe, on campus and through programs, such as the Georgia Tech Study Abroad program in France, the NACME Scholarship Program, the ExxonMobil Future Leadership Academy, and the Harvard Summer Venture and Management Program. I'm grateful to the National Action Council for Minorities in Engineering for their support throughout my college education and professional career, and the opportunity to network and meet so many students from across the nation. From NACME events at the NSB conference to on-campus events and the Case Academy held in New York City, I feel very supported and prepared to continue to the workforce at Deloitte, a NACME board company, as a business technology analyst in Houston, Texas. I'm so excited. As I close, I would like to say congratulations to the 2020 NACME scholars.
Hello, fellow NACME scholars. My name is Antonio Brandon, a quality engineer at Hewlett Packard Enterprise, better known as HPE, and an alumnus of the NACME Scholarship Program. I can share with you firsthand that the benefit of a college degree in engineering or computer science will serve you well in your lifelong career choices. As a NACME scholar who majored in computer information technology at Texas A&M, the program proved to be invaluable in giving me access to opportunities that I might not have otherwise considered. If I can give you one piece of advice, it would be to always be prepared, take risks, and invest in your lifelong learning through formal education, as well as networking events where you're not the smartest person in the room. Also, be sure to utilize mentors and build your professional networks. Arguably, today is one such event, an opportunity to network with fellow graduates, but also learn from career role models like my career role model, our keynote speaker for today, Mr. Brian Tippin.
My name is Dr. Dion Hernandez Lugo, and I'm a research electrical engineer at NASA Glenn Research Center in Cleveland, Ohio. I learned about NASA like many children watching the shuttle launch on TV. I got involved in NASA-related research as part of my graduate school. Here is where I was able to apply to the NASA Harriet Jenkins Scholarship, which allowed me to come to NASA Glenn as a NASA intern. Right after that, I got into the NASA Pathway Interns program. And from there, I got hired as a research electrical engineer here at NASA. Here at NASA, I'm a research scientist doing development work in batteries, not only looking for new chemistries for NASA future missions, but also applications where batteries are needed. One of the projects that I'm working on is called Scepter. This project goal is to develop an electric aircraft. And the reason to do this is to have higher efficiency, also zero carbon emission and low noise. I grew up in Puerto Rico, and here is where my interest in science started. It started when my mom and my dad got me my first microscope. Everywhere I went, I collected sample. So people actually told me that I should become a medical doctor, which I did. I went into medical school. And here I was able to visit the morgue, and here's where I find out that this was definitely not for me. So I changed majors, and this is how I finished in chemistry. NASA Glenn Research Center really celebrates and encourages diversity. This for me is very important because I know that my opinions are valued. Here at NASA Glenn, I'm also part of the Hispanic Advisory Group, and every year we have our observance event where we are able to celebrate the contribution of Hispanics around the Cleveland area. A tradition that I value is Christmas time. Christmas in Puerto Rico is celebrated more than any other places. And when I mean more, I mean we start in Thanksgiving and go all the way until mid-January. We celebrate things the same as in the US, Thanksgiving and Christmas, but we also celebrate Three Kings. And for me, this is a very important tradition because it's a tradition in which all the family comes together. And it's not only about the gifts, it's about seeing everyone and talking to everyone. And it's one that I hope I could pass along to my children, and hopefully they will continue to celebrate. I think it's very important to teach our children of our Hispanic heritage. Um, it's important for people to know where they came from and to connect with their roots. This is what makes everybody different, and people should not be afraid to express who they are. I get my Latino fix here in Cleveland, Ohio, in a restaurant called Campus Grill. It's very close to NASA. And one of the dishes that they prepare is mofongo, which is fried plantains, mashed, and this is served with different types of meats. So Campus Grill has the best mofongo in the Cleveland area.
My name is Vicente Suarez. I'm a structural dynamics engineer. Currently, I'm the mechanical lead for the Sapphire payload. I'm responsible for all mechanical design, structural analysis, dynamic analysis, as well as all test activities of the Sapphire payload system. What I do is to make sure that the experiment makes it to the launch environment, transportation environments, and it gets safe to the International Space Station. I was born in Brooklyn, New York, and at the age of 8 years old, my family and I we went to live in Guayaquil, Ecuador. My parents are very special to me. They were not type of parents who punish us or reprimand us all the time. They were type of parents who led by example. There are a lot of traditions that Hispanic people have. I think the one that I like the most is the get-togethers. I think that Hispanics, we're traditionals, and we celebrate our festivities, big families, big parties, a lot of food, dynamic conversation. I do value that a lot. Well, I think it's a very specific tradition that we do in Ecuador, And on New Year's Eve, we burn these dolls made of wood or sometimes just cloth. And I think that then what we're trying to do there is to, burn all the bad things that happened to you in the old year, and at the same time start fresh the new year. The cultural trait that I think is the most important to pass to younger generations, it's the language. I believe in nowadays here in the United States, speaking more than one language, it's almost a necessity. So teaching your kids, the younger generation, to speak another language is very important.
Good morning, good afternoon. Am I live? Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Lazama, President and CEO of the National Action Council for Minorities in Engineering Incorporated, or simply stated, NACME. More important than being president, I'm also an alumnus of this prestigious scholarship organization. I hope like you, like me, that you truly enjoyed this morning's panel. Your chats were inspiring. I can tell that you were engaged. In this new normal of being virtual, it's difficult to be able to connect with the audience, but if you put your camera on, I can see you, and we can be able to and really be able to engage in this virtual format. We have, just like this morning, the panel was truly outstanding. And we have a lot planned for you for the remainder of the day. And I just wanted to first say thank you for connecting with us during Hispanic Heritage Month to engage on the very important topic of the future of engineering and computer science. Before the break, that panel of university presidents, along with Chancellor May as moderator, really kind of laid the groundwork of this very important discussion. I captured several important lines between Dr. Tull from UC Davis, Richard Harris from Northeastern University, Bahari Rawlins from City College, really were able to capture some of the comments that we heard from this morning. But when President Pine said that we need to work together for every child from all zip codes to have access to quality education, that really resonated with me. And that's what this conference is all about. That's what NACME is all about. It's to partner with our universities, our nonprofit partners, and the companies on the board of directors. I hope you had an opportunity during the break to see some of the highlights from our companies on the board. These companies have signed up to be a part of NACME to contribute not only financially to make sure that students have a scholarship, but they also contribute in providing human resources to be able to provide thought leadership in this space. You heard from our chairman this morning who's on the line, Frederick, wave your hand. He's live and in the house, as they say, welcoming all of us to this organization. There's a number of board directors that are on the line looking at the chat. So even though we're virtual, we want to interact with you as much as possible. The chat was off the chain because what you saw, what I saw is a phenomenal group of individuals showcasing excellence. And I'm so happy in this point of time that they were recognized for their contributions by being named presidents and chancellors of the university in the university environment, and that they are recognized for their contribution to the fields of education and research. It is so refreshing to see that regardless of race, creed, or ethnicity, that stellar performance will be recognized and rewarded. It is a message we want all of our scholars on the line to receive and to expect. I use the word refreshing purposely, as we are all going through a very difficult time right now. As President Pines indicated in his opening video, we are in two pandemics, the first being COVID-19 and the second being structural racism. I have the pleasure now of introducing our keynote speaker for today. The planning team for this conference thought carefully about both the theme of this conference as well as what is happening in the world around us. How can we help impart knowledge on the level of difficulty it is to be a minority in this country right at this moment in time, while at the same time create a community of allies who will recommit to enhance the great work we are all working on to increase diversity in the STEM fields? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat. I have the pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Kamal Bob. Dr. Bob is the global lead for diversity strategy and research at Google and the founding senior director of the Constellation Center for Equity in Computing at Georgia Tech. He's an engineer and science and technology policy scholar whose work focuses on the STEM enterprise, large educational systems, and the structural conditions that influence contemporary American life. He brings to his current position a wealth of experience as a former program officer at the National Science Foundation. At NSF, he was responsible for $30 million annually of investments targeted on improving computing and STEM education. In that role, Dr. Bob worked to help shape the national research agenda for effective means of delivering equitable and quality computational education to all students. He has worked with members of the Office in Science and Technology Policy in the Obama administration to set the national strategy for STEM education at both post-secondary and secondary school levels. He was selected as a member of President Obama's My Brother's Keeper STEM and Entrepreneurship Task Force to help US cities craft strategies to engage young men and boys of color in the STEM landscape. Prior to his federal appointment, Dr. Bob was a director of the STEM Initiative for the University System of Georgia, a collaborative effort with the Governor's Office to improve STEM education across the 30 public institutions serving approximately 325,000 students in the state. Dr. Bob holds a PhD in Science and Technology Policy from Georgia Tech and MS and BS degrees in Mechanical Engineering from the University of California, Berkeley, and he too is a NACME alum. After a brief video to introduce the theme of his comments, "The time is now," the next voice you will hear is that of my friend and colleague, Dr. Kamal Bob.
For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, 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 for the record. Been a little too nice for y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hate. I won't get a ball today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars, I'm flipping the on record, off record. I still count wins when they got it. On record, off record. I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. On record, off record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. On record, off record. I still want the act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, 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 for the record. Too nice for y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hate. I won't get a ball today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars, I'm flipping the on record, off record. I still count wins when they got it. On record, off record. I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. On record, off record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. On record, off record. I still want the act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, 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 for the record. Been a little too nice for y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Good morning, NACME family. My name is Kamal Bob. I am the Global Lead for Diversity Strategy and Research at Google and the Senior Director of the Constellation Center for Equity and Computing at Georgia Tech. I want to wish those of you in the West, good morning, and those of you in the East, good afternoon. Michelle, thank you very much for having me. Understandably, this is pre-recorded, but this new world that we're in, all things are on the table. I also want to acknowledge that I am a former NACME scholar. I've been in the NACME family essentially my whole life. So this is an important opportunity for me. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. So what I was asked to discuss as we are all trying to confront the moment that we're in is what to do with the moment now. The issue that confronts all of us as individuals, as representative of companies and higher ed institutions, and as a country are high on our minds. We're faced with some decisions and a flux in this country that's going to be difficult to contend with. So relative to NACME and what we do from here, the time is now. What I would like to do is to frame this a little bit, just a step back, just a bit in the context of what we are up against. My own training in engineering began at the University of California at Berkeley. And we have, as you know, kind of an army of organizations that have been supportive of the work that NACME's mission is about. But in historical context, BESA, the Black Engineering and Science Student Association at the University of California at Berkeley, it began in 1968, same year that Martin Luther King was assassinated. The National Society of Black Engineers itself began in 1975. The Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers, 1974. If we think about the genesis of those organizations, they were all essentially right after the end of the primary tumult of the civil rights movement in the 60s. So we were coming out of a time when the country was trying to solve its race problems in the most egregious ways. And we also, I think at that time, if you think later in 1968, Robert F. Kennedy was killed, we had kind of a universal agreement that we had to address this race problem and reconcile the many facets of the way that race was implicating the United States identity in the world and also to itself. So all of those, in my mind, all of those organizations relative to higher education were part of our national response to address those ills. So what does that really mean? Certainly in Berkeley and in California, it's not lost upon me that the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense also started in 1966. And they were involved in defending Black people, obviously, against the police. But these organizations were also trying to defend Black students, Hispanic students from the assaults of the educational system itself. So this is where we now have to think about what moment are we in now? There's been, in my view, a concern that I have that's growing about the moment that we're in that I want to articulate and share and hopefully discuss with you. The historic parallels to me are the following. Those organizations, NACME included, began at a time where I would argue we were coming into an era of Reconstruction. So that period of the civil rights movement was essentially the death knell of the Jim Crow era of the United States. But let's not forget what gave rise to Jim Crow. It was the rise of Reconstruction. So that was a period of time when there was a lot of national urgency and not a lot of national agency to address the wrongs coming out of the slave time. So now, in the period between the 60s, 70s, 80s, etc., in my view, that was the Reconstruction moment. So here we are, now essentially 40, 50 years on. And I would argue that this is the moment where we have seen an enormous amount of effort and energy put into racial equity and parity in the last 3 decades. And here we are, where we're arguing in public forum about the value of Black lives. And to me, what that signals is the historical pattern repeating itself. After a period of reconciliation and affirmation and attempts to provide equity, justice, and equality in the United States, here comes the backlash. Here comes the 21st century of the versions of Jim Crow that we've once seen before. The contention that we're dealing with in the national framework right now, in my mind, is no less egregious than what has happened then in the middle of the 20th century for exactly the same reasons. And if we think about what has happened to our people, to people of color the language that's being used now, they signal the very same kinds of sentiments that those arose a century ago. We're hearing things about Hispanic people being rapists and Black people being thugs and animals. And while I for sure don't want to get into the political debate here, this isn't an appropriate forum for that, but those do signal what the sentiment, an emergent, significant sentiment of the nation feels about our folks. So our sliver of all of this in the education space is operating against that rising tide. And I think for any of us to think that that's a trivial kind of passing sentiment, we would be naive to our own detriment. So where are we relative to some of the trends that we've seen? So the work that we're all involved in together, the argument for equity in engineering, for equity in higher education, and in this sense, I mean equity in terms of our equal ability to participate across the full spectrum of higher ed institutions, particularly in science and engineering fields. So what is our work really about? I don't need to say this to you, but by virtue of transparency, let me explain. So our basic premise has been that the engineering and science sector of the United States is arguably one of the most innovative, one of the most wealth generating, and one of the most influential sectors in the American economic spectrum. So the principal argument originally was that it stood to reason for reasons of morality, for reasons of justice, for reasons of just basic economic community survival, that we had to have equitable access to those fields. Hence, we needed to get our students into higher ed institutions that are serving engineering degrees, science degrees, to provide a pathway, if you remember those words, to provide a pathway into that economic sector. What has happened? So all of a sudden, when these organizations began, when they looked backwards, so keep in mind, these things, they all began in the 70s, late 60s, early 70s. So when they were looking backwards, they were looking into legalized segregation. When they looked back into the early 60s, into the late 50s, and they were looking at trends of undergraduate degree receipts in engineering, science, et cetera, for Black and Hispanic students, Black and Latinx students, they were looking into an era of legalized segregation in America. And this is within arm's reach of where we are today. So in the music language, you'll say, well, what's old school now? Old school now is just the turn into the 21st century. 20 years ago, it was 2000. All of a sudden, let's all acknowledge how old we are. So 20 years ago was 2000. So what has the trend been? And my colleagues, certainly Michelle and George Campbell and John Slaughter before them will all know that essentially the largest proportion of Black students to receive undergraduate degrees in engineering happened in 1990. It was 5.3%. Check the fact for me. I might not be correct, but I think that's accurate. It has never been greater it's never been greater before or since in 1990. So if we look at the broader trend of undergraduate degree receipts in science and engineering from, according to the NSF Science and Engineering Indicators, between 2000 and 2017, I'll just use Black students as an example. In 2000, the proportion of Black students who received undergraduate degrees in science and engineering fields was 8.6%. In 2017, almost 2 decades later, it was 8.7%. So that flat trend, which is true essentially of Black students, Latinx students increased a bit, in part correlating to their expansive population growth. Native American students, the same flat trend. All the dynamic activity has been between white and Asian students in science and engineering fields. So what does that really mean? It means that the efforts that we have been engaged in, one hypothesis says that had we not been as committed and as courageous and as focused on this effort, those proportions would have plummeted because we're operating against a system that is not designed for the success of our students. And we all know it, let me just say it out loud. We're not operating in a system that's designed for the success of our students. Therefore, we have to be very intentional to try to create the outcomes albeit limited, that we have been able to create. At the highest levels, and now we have this other transition, when we're thinking about the relationship with discipline specificity between engineering, for example, and computer science. So now computer science has become the kind of subject du jour as we're going into this very technical and digital age. At the University of California at Berkeley, my alma mater, the percent of Black students last year in their CS department, 0. Let me just say it again. At the University of California at Berkeley, the flagship public institution in California, the largest state in the union, the percent of Black students in the Department of Computer Science was 0. In Georgia, at Georgia Tech, another institution from which I have graduated, colleagues here have done an extraordinary amount of work here. In the last application class, we have essentially, and bear with me just sharing you some contextual details. I don't want to burden you with numbers, but I think that some of these things, they add color to the story that I'm trying to share. We essentially have about 500,000 students in high school in Georgia. About 117,000 of them are seniors. Of those, about 40,000 of them roughly are Black. So we have roughly 40,000 Black seniors in the whole state of Georgia. For this incoming class at Georgia Tech, we had also about 40,000 applicants for 3,000 seats, thereabouts. And 9,000 of those applicants came directly to the College of Computing. Of those, in the entire state of Georgia, there were 152 Black students who applied to get into the College of Computing at Georgia Tech. 152 out of the 40,000 Black high school seniors in the state. And it matters that computer science these days is one of the most impacted, most attractive, most sought after, most desired disciplines for undergraduate students. And Georgia Tech, again, flagship public institution in the state. Students who are beneficiaries of the Hope Scholarship get significantly reduced admissions costs, rather. And it's the number 8 ranked higher ed institution in computer science in America. I say all that to say, over the last 2 decades, the efforts that we've put in have yielded enormous benefits. I'm a beneficiary, many of you are as well. But what all of that suggests is that the tide that we're running against has been formidable. We've not seen the material gains that we would like to have seen over the last 3 decades. Now enter the current moment that we're in. And I'm saying all of this just to be clear, because a lot of us, this is virtual, of course, there's the awkwardness of this new world. I'm just talking to my computer. But I say this I just want to be clear. I'm not saying this as a critique of the work that we're doing, because I'm a part of it. What I am saying is that it reveals it is itself an indication, a limited success is an indication of it. And I think it's important for us to be clear about where we are. And I don't want here to on giving and having discussions about race and so on and so forth are triggered by the obviously the visual murder of George Floyd that we were able to watch as a nation together. Everyone was horrified. But let's not forget the confluence of the social uprising with the pandemic of COVID-19. If we make the mistake of separating those 2 important forces on the state of Black and brown students in the United States, we're going to be heading into this new phase unprepared. We can't make the assumptions that we made before about the nature and parameters of problems that we're facing and assume that they're the same in the post-COVID Floyd world as they were in the pre-COVID Floyd world. What does that mean? If we think about the nature of public institutions where the vast majority of Black and Brown students attend, their K-12 experience is largely held by the public institutions of the public education system in the United States. I think that's an indisputable fact. In the last 2 years, 11 states essentially have had teachers go on strike. Virtually all of the major urban centers in America, where huge concentrations of students of color are particularly dependent on the public education infrastructure to provide for their future. On strike. Oakland, LA, Chicago, Detroit. Those are the places where we know that all of those kids, their future is singularly dependent on those institutions providing the rigorous foundational education for them to be eligible to participate in the higher ed space. So when those teachers are going on strike, we also have to know that in between the strikes, they're under stress. You don't just go on strike just like that. So all along, the infrastructure that we've built to provide education for those students is stressed and strained, and we're asking them now, particularly in the space of computing, to adopt and incorporate a skill set that A, they're not accountable for, there are no testing standards for computer science, and B, it's a skill set that they don't really have. There aren't any training institutions in the United States, teacher prep programs that are designed specifically to get people skilled in computer science, A, and B. In computing, and I'm just offering a little bit of my particular point of view here relative to computing, it is one of those skill sets where if you have those skills in the current American economy, there's no obvious, logical, economic rationale for you to go to become a public school teacher as opposed to going into the industry, just by fiscal reasons. You'd essentially be making a cherubic sacrifice to go into the public school system. That was before COVID hit. So all of that was in the pre-COVID era. And let's be clear, I'm sitting here now worried about whether or not my connection is going to work because my daughter is upstairs on her class, because the schools in Atlanta are all shut down. Everybody's at home. And to add more color to this thing, one of the things that she has seen, she goes to regular public school, Maynard Jackson Holbrook High School in Atlanta. Keep in mind, Atlanta is the second most segregated city in America. So Black and white kids don't go to school together, they do not. It's two totally separate experiences here. Atlanta is also has the greatest socioeconomic gaps racially of any city in America. Also, it has the least amount of social mobility of any of any major metropolitan area in America. Notwithstanding the fact that we're the city that's too busy to hate and we have the civil rights kind of memorialized here. What she has seen in her class, and it's an interesting phenomenon because now we're getting to go into people's homes. What she has seen is that some of these kids in her classes are sitting in the closet. Couple girls. Couple girls in her classes, half children. When the school shut down, I serve on the board of the one of the local school boards. When the schools here shut down on March 13th, we have sections of the city here where half the students, disappeared. No idea what happened to them. No connectivity, no access, no accountability, no way to reach them. We don't know what happened to them. That was in March, and school just opened again. And that's in Atlanta. That's not New Orleans. That's not Detroit. That's here in Atlanta. So if we're thinking about the impact of this on our people, we cannot underestimate the staggering amount of impact. So forgive me, my emotional response to this, again, forgive me, I don't want to be unprofessional, but what I'm feeling and trying to articulate simultaneously is the degree of impact that the COVID and George Floyd confluence is going to have on our particular people. It can't be understated. Essentially, the last 3 decades of work that we've been engaged in, I think, have been largely eviscerated in the last 6 months. We're going to have essentially a lost generation of kids. So what does that really mean? In the context of the work that we're trying to do together, I think framing our diversity and equity issues in the context of representational goals is fine for the time that we gave birth to this movement itself. But in this current context, if we're going to be thinking about measuring the percentage of students who are getting undergraduate degrees in engineering, particularly places from Berkeley and Davis and Georgia Tech and so on and so forth, we're not going to achieve those material gains. I'll just say it now, it's not going to happen. So there will be incremental improvement, perhaps, probably flatline. But given what we're going through right now, and the avarice and greed and thinking about who's going to be clamoring for those limited opportunities on the aftermath of this COVID experience, the only people whose jobs would remain viable, who can provide safety, sanctity, and internet service for their children, those are the ones that are going to be at the top of the pecking order. Our people are at the bottom. The Instacart drivers, the Grubhub drivers, all those Black people in major Black cities that are driving around to protect and provide for food and all those other people, those are the ones, their children are home alone. My daughter is here upstairs listening to me. So what does that mean as I close this thought? I think that our work now is to reframe the set of assumptions that we are making about the nature of the problem that we're trying to confront. We can't assume any longer that it is exposure that's the principal, or the lack thereof, that's the principal deterrent for students wanting to get into these fields. We also can't assume that the public education system is even capable of trying to achieve close to what its ambitious goals are. It's not designed to deal with this yawning wealth gap that we currently have. So where does that leave us? I think there's going to be a component of the work that we do that has to sustain. We have to continue grinding, keeping our head to the grindstone, as it were. But we also now have to put a flag in the ground. And the flag in the ground means that our attention collectively as higher ed institutions, as corporations, into the policy infrastructure that is designed around social justice, public welfare, and the greater public good has to be far more aggressive, far more intentional. And out of that is going to be born the kind of metrics that we ultimately want to see happen. For example, we have typically, and I'm saying this with huge generalizations, but we've typically stayed away from policies that have to do with tax and school property, school revenue, for example. Prop 15 in California right now has to do with whether or not you can have property taxes be allocated to school districts in ways that are equitably distributed. Typically, we don't get involved in those kinds of things. We also have to be involved too with the premise of universal broadband access. We need lobbyists to make sure that broadband access is distributed like roads, because clearly if you don't have it right now, you can't go to school. You can't go to school if you don't have broadband access in your house. So the parameters of what our challenges are, to me, have expanded. If we think about the diversity efforts that we've been engaged in all this time as born out of an epistemological framework of representation, that was in its nascent stages. Now we've matured. That work has to continue. It's critical. It remains ever important. As I said, I think the flat line of that trend that I was talking about earlier is a result of like dastardly hard effort to keep it from plummeting. But the next phase is trying to design, and I think Michelle, as she comes back and begins to talk about where NACME is headed and where our collective work is headed, the next phase is the articulation of categories where we can have new sets of metrics, where it's not just the number of students who are in X or Y program or an X or Y pipeline, but rather what kinds of policy infrastructure can we lobby behind to exact the kind of change that will level the structure that enables our students to be able to participate. And I think that's a different frontier. There are lobbyists that have done work in policy forever. I don't know enough to say one way or the other that it has been aggressive in this space. My instincts tell me that it has not, given the outcomes that we see. But I think that's the challenge before us. So in closing, I would say this work that we're doing, it's important for us to offer and give ourselves a moment to reflect on the historical moment that we're in. If we operate as if this is just another tumult in the road, I think we're kidding ourselves. We are up, in fact, against.
Good afternoon. We are about to enter a live Q&A. Dr. Bob is coming on the line in seconds. I ask that all of you turn your video on so that we can have as close to a virtual experience in this Q&A in this new norm that we find ourselves in. I don't know about you, but his words were powerful. They were taped the day before Breonna Taylor's verdict came through, and the state that we are in right now as it relates to the heightened awareness of social injustices in this country is alarming. NACME focuses on providing opportunities for underrepresented minorities to pursue a degree in engineering and computer science. But we cannot shy away from the realities that we are in this moment. Similar to when the organizations that we all work closely with, Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers, American Indian Science Engineering Society, National Society of Black Engineers, and of course NACME, were all founded in the mid-70s at the height of the civil rights movement, as Dr. Bob just articulated. And we find ourselves in a similar environment today, given the social injustices that have been going on for years, but now have come to the attention of allies and others who realize that we can't be silent any longer, that we have to add our voice to this conversation. Dr. Bob talked about as it relates to we have to keep grinding. All of us that are on live discussion right now are actively involved in this movement of providing quality access to students. And we have to be able to acknowledge that, as he said, even just the access to internet is a utility, that we should look at access to internet like building roads. But when you think about Flint, Michigan, not even having access to clean water, and that's a clear utility, how can we operate in a post-COVID environment, understanding that these issues are prevalent? So Dr. Bob has joined us. He's on the line. Can we get a spotlight to his screen? There he is, my good brother. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. I apologize terribly for being late.
Oh, don't worry. I was tap dancing. They didn't even know until you said that. I have to warn the audience as we do this live Q&A. Dr. Bob and I are friends, and we tend to have these conversations in a way that is typically cannot be consumed for the public. We want to be able to, similar to the panel that we had this morning, to be able to share with you how we feel about what's happening in this country, how we think all of us, those of us who work in this effort, have to dramatically change how we do business if we're going to continue, if we're going to be able to support students currently in the pipeline, but if we're going to be able to have a dramatic change in participation rates. So Bob, and please put your questions in the chat and I'll do my best. The producers of the show can unmute you and then you can ask your question out loud, but we want to make sure that we understand who has a question. So we're watching the chat very carefully. So Dr. Bob, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions to get going while we have individuals who are entering the questions. And this is going to be a challenge for me as I show how technology is getting the best of us. So during your comments, you asked, please fact check me. That's a new normal. And you are right. The chart that we put up here, Dr. Carmen Sidbury did this in NACME, and that the numbers are really flat, and that the highest rate was in the 1990s. So we just wanted to show you that. The Hispanic number is not normalized for population growth, so there are increases there. But overall, we're seeing that our efforts are flatlined since the mid-90s. To make sure that the numbers that you gave, that we did the homework. We saw your video and we did the homework, so that's right. Did you want to add any comments based on on the speech that you just gave before we open up questions? Did you want me to ask you anything directly? Is there anything that we should focus on specifically before we go to the general floor?
Well, first, again, just thank you for having me. I have to acknowledge, I don't know whether that was edited or not, but let me also say—
No, we played it raw.
So what's interesting about that, as you saw partway through, my emotions got the best of me. But I think what's telling about that is that the nature of the environment that we're currently in, I was essentially talking to Summer, and I mean, she is the only face that I saw.
Right.
And in doing so, apart from the fact that she, just looks like the Oracle, I realized I was just talking myself into and out of kind of laying my burden down. And I think relative to the discussion that we're having, I suspect that all of us are carrying extraordinary burdens. And it just so happened that the environment of this particular discussion, that's how that felt. So it was an interesting process. But that said, I think, our challenges are laid out and happy to have a dialogue.
Excellent. So we have a question from Brian Tippin from Hewlett Packard Enterprises. He's a member of our board of directors. Brian, can you unmute yourself and ask your question out loud?
Sure, can you hear me okay?
We can.
I typed it in as well. Good to see you, Dr. Bob, and thank you so much for sharing your voice and your vulnerability and transparency. It's always good to see your smiling face. My question to you is, we haven't spoken much since you've done some private sector work, and the question says, anything in your view change, between NIH and the academia work now being on the kind of private sector side, anything in your view expanded or changed in any way?
Well, I guess by virtue of introduction to those, you and I are friends. I was at the National Science Foundation when Brian and I met. I was a program officer in the Directorate for Computer Information Science and Engineering. And there, the scope was essentially to try to build a research agenda for improving computing education. This was in the second term of the Obama administration under the CS for All initiative. And dealing in the academy, and also I'm on the faculty at Georgia Tech, as you know. And I think that there are some differences. I think my experience now at Google, in the way that we frame these things, the corporate capacity to influence public opinion and to organize thematic kind of discussion points that will happen and trickle out into the philanthropic community, ultimately into the academy, etc. In my estimation, it's an underdeveloped power that now I think can be a little bit more intentional. I also think that the corporate side of this, for reasons that I understand, so I'm not being critical, but I think that the corporate side of this now has to be a little bit more declarative in how we approach our normative expectations of what the country should be. Because I don't agree at all that this current moment that we're in is just like any other. It's not just the same polarity between Republicans and Democrats, and therefore the lobbyists have to be cagey in terms of what they decide to support and not. So for me, I think that's a distinction. I think the academy is, as you know, it's a lot more unwieldy and unconstrained. But I think now my experience suggests that we have an unusual power to illustrate our point of view.
Thank you, Brian, for your question. We have a question from Dr. Lisa Black from the American Society of Civil Engineers. Lisa?
Hi. Thank you, Michelle and NACME, for having this symposium. And Dr. Bob, I appreciate your comments, and I feel it. I feel the pain. I think we all do. I recently was made aware of the president's executive order to prohibit educating around race and racism, and certainly kind of aligns with what you've already asserted in this presentation. So if you can provide some thoughts on that, I'd appreciate it.
I think you're referring to the same point. This is a different time. I think what you may be alluding to is the Project 1776 Educational Patriotic Education Act. And it's being positioned as if it's a contrary stance against the 1619 Project. And so the 1619 Project, for those I'm sure we all know, but the 1619 Project is designed to create a more inclusive American story where, you know, it begins relative to Black people. It begins when we actually got here. And the supposition is that slavery is the foundational cornerstone of the United States. The 1776 Patriot Education Act runs contrary to that entirely. So one, it devalues the significance and the implications of slavery. And we can derive from that all of the things, all of the policy implications of not having that as the cornerstone of our relationship with this country are clearly significant. It affects all of the housing issues. It affects all of our educational ramifications, the affirmative action issues. It's relevant to what we're currently doing. So this is where I think now we could pretend as if there's kind of an egalitarian landscape and we just have different points of view. But once you start using those words about indoctrination, and let me come up with an educational framework that clearly constrains the robustness of the American story to exclude intentionally our story in particular, I think we're in a very, very dangerous place. And this, to me, is one of the distinguishing characteristics of this moment now. This is not the same as like Reagan going after the drug wars with the crack days in New York. It's not the same as George Bush saying that we're going to go after bin Laden in Afghanistan, even though, or in Iraq, even though they didn't have anything to do with 9/11. To me, that's not the same thing. This is about the American identity. So for me, Lisa, to your point, I think that we have to acknowledge the moment that we're in. And let me just add one more thought there, and then we can continue. I also think that in general, you know, the people who have suffered in this country are skeptical of its promotable story. And that doesn't mean we don't believe in the United States, but we're skeptical because we've suffered because of the United States or at the hands of the United States. So where we're in now, I think, is that those who have not suffered, who have benefited in part because of the American story, their belief in the country and its ability to succeed as a republic is almost incontrovertible, as if we can't fail. This is the United States, it's exceptional. But if success means at at the suffering of the rest of us permanently, that kind of success is unacceptable. And I think that that's the moment that we're in. I think that's the choice that we've been given. And again, I don't want to be overly political, but you asked the question about what that education framework means. And I think that that's what it implies.
Excellent. Sean Ray.
Thank you.
Sean Ray.
Hi. Yeah. My name is Sean Ray. I'm a student at Oklahoma State University. I'm a senior now in electrical engineering. And my main question for you is, and I put it in the chat box, what do you think is the best way for people such as myself that are going into the STEM field? How can we help our communities that are going through these education disparities, like you were mentioning in Atlanta, where so many children just disappeared for the lack of technological access. And I wanted to just kind of find your thoughts on what can we do to help our communities with that.
I appreciate the question. I also congratulate you on your progress. Let me just congratulate you in advance for what you're going to do next year.
Outstanding.
So this is a question, interestingly, on this call, I am strangely surrounded by a lot of my own mentors and guides here. So Michelle among them, Dr. Gary May, I'm sure is there in the ether. He's always around. His spirit is ever present.
Somewhere.
One of the things that I was told by them is that it's your responsibility to be excellent. You are, for better or for worse, you represent the best of us. So your commitment to your own success it's part of our collective success, I think, simply put. So there's one frame of mind that says, well, just stick to your books and do what you have to do. And then you might feel critiqued, particularly in your school setting where people are like, look, we have all these issues, social justice issues, et cetera, et cetera. And if you're just doing your homework and you're not involved, somehow you're a sellout and Uncle Tom, whatever. I don't subscribe to any of that. But I do think that your being successful in your academic charge, particularly now, is going to set the stage for you to be able to do all the things that you want to do later. And you have to personally assess your own bandwidth. If you can't be involved as a direct and meaningful and successful and effective advocate in social issues that you're concerned about at the same time as getting your schoolwork done, then you have to prioritize your schoolwork such that the success that you gain as having gotten a degree, gotten a job, and what have you, then you begin to build that out. But the stage that you're in now is so critically foundational that if you undermine your ability to be successful in your academic pursuits right now, it will surely undermine your ability to be more effective in the things that you're concerned about later. And that is a skill to be able to navigate those two things. So your responsibility in the end is going to have to be to navigate those two things. But right now, as a developmental and a maturational stage, you're in school. So figure out how to do school. And then once you have done that, then you keep paying attention, you keep reading, you keep listening, you keep feeling about what's really going on with the rest of us.
Sean, I don't know if you were on earlier, but President Washington from George Mason University echoed what Dr. Bob just said. And his tagline was, you have to balance activism with academic excellence. And that one should encourage you and motivate you to do more, right? And we need you. Thank you for being on this call, and thank you for asking a question. Dr. Bob and I both share when we see bright young faces like yourself being involved, it brings our heart joy, particularly during this time. So keep doing what you're doing, okay?
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. And I also wanted to thank Dr. Bob again, just for putting the emotion behind what you were talking about in the video. I think it's, even though this is a professional setting, I believe it was a very important piece of the video that was shared, because it shared the humanity of what's going on and what's truly here. So I just want to thank you for that, and thank you for the advice.
I appreciate it, and thank you too.
Thank you. So our next question is from Angelique Tucker Blackman. Angelique?
Hey.
Dr. Black?
Yes, my mic is on. Good afternoon, Dr. Bob. How are you doing?
Thank you.
It's great to see you and to hear from you again. In listening to your presentation, you talked about George Floyd, you talked about the coronavirus and the intersection of those two and the disproportionate impact that it's having on Black and Brown people. And you did show your emotion and you showed your authenticity, which I really appreciate. Then you moved into saying we need to have different metrics. And then you moved into talking about policy infrastructure. What I want to ask you is to speak to the interface between your emotions, new metrics, and policy infrastructure. Can you talk a little bit about what's in those interfaces that we need to be paying attention to, especially around new metrics?
Well, the easier part relative to my emotions is, like I said, I really do think, you know, we're in a real fight. So I don't underestimate villainy or tyranny, and I also don't believe in systems that have generationally destroyed Black communities. I just don't believe out of hand that they will somehow rebound to defend us. So therefore, I think as individuals, all of us, particularly in the privileged positions that we've gotten ourselves into, have an unusual responsibility to take command and to be involved and engaged. The other part of that is what was actually bothering me the most is just having seen so many of these students through my daughter's school and appreciating the enormity of the suffering that's going on right now. But because people aren't in the street just dropping dead, you don't really see it. It's kind of a quiet, malignant suffering that's going on, and we're just absorbing it. So that's the emotional part. Relative to these other things, I think as I was laying out, I think that the way that we have addressed this framework relative to diversity and inclusion, et cetera, as I was alluding to before, it has representational goals that make sense. And it also made sense in very real terms. It was a revolutionary framework in the time that it was born, coming out, like you said, at the end, I think Michelle was saying earlier, at the end of the civil rights era, because we just didn't know who was doing what, et cetera, et cetera. So doing that was its own revolutionary moment. But now I think what we've seen is, again, as Michelle was pointing out, that those revolutionary goals, representational goals remain important. But now these other quiet forces that are taking place, I think, deserve our attention as well. For example, those propositions that I may have alluded to, 15 and 16 in California, one having to do with property taxes related to schools, the other having to do with the reformation of Proposition 209, the affirmative action. There are others where, the kinds of things that ultimately affect the structure's ability to support our success, I think we have to pay a lot more attention to. And I think the question that Brian Tippins asked in the beginning about the role of corporate engagement in all of this, I think that's one of the clearest frontiers where we have to be a lot more aggressive in identifying the policy infrastructure that supports the goals that we proclaim to have, and be as aggressive there as we would be in issues that are self-beneficial, relative to privacy, relative to access to markets, relative to access to consumer bases. This is now relative to access for people who might not themselves actually be customers, but it is in service of a more robust democratic society. So for me, it requires some inquiry to look, to see what those policies are, and then to galvanize around them and then have metrics accordingly. It's a staged process.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tucker. That was a great question, and it's a great segue into this afternoon to talk about metrics, how in post-COVID-19 and this era that we're in, that we have to work together to dramatically change how we do business if we're going to be able to continue to support students. So thank you for that question. So Dr. Bob, we have come to the end of the Q&A, and I can't thank you enough for imparting your authentic words to us. It touched me deeply, and I know The chat is blowing up with positive comments, and so is my personal email. And I remain a fan of your work and your efforts, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to work together formally in the future as we work in partnerships to be able to move forward beyond this difficult time. Thank you.
Well, needless to say, it's a huge honor to be with you. You know, you're one of my heroes. So this is always affirmative, and we're in the battle. This is it.
Hey, Michelle.
Michelle. Yes.
Can you hear me just for the reason?
Tony?
Yeah, I wanted to say to Dr. Bob, he'll remember he and I had an hour-long discussion once. And it's just great to hear your voice. And I want to tell you how much we appreciate your investment in this. All of the students on board have had a chance to see great role models today. And I have to tell you, I'm so proud of you and your authenticity. I mean, the way you were so authentic in your presentation. And we can all relate to the stories you shared. It's so important. I just wanted to thank you personally. And so you should have a great weekend, my friend. Have a glass of wine on me, okay?
You're sending me to the liquor now, okay?
Brown liquor, right? We said we weren't going to go this. Everyone do the applause for to thank our keynote speaker. A wonderful job in helping laying out where we are and to tie it to the great work. So thank you so much.
Thanks. It's a pleasure.
All right. Okay, everyone. So now we are moving on to our next event, which is our virtual town hall. And this is the time that you get to engage with each other and with us in this virtual format. We're hoping that we're going to be able to truly be able to get your thoughts and to start a conversation and to follow up with how you think about this effort and what the work is ahead of us, and given that the time is now. Before we discuss the particulars of the town hall and what we need all of you to do and to be able to give us feedback, to give each other feedback, because this is a collaboration effort, we wanted to make sure that we had someone provide comments to frame the conversation about how we can work together, how we can collaborate, and what has happened in this industry, how we got to this point with examples of pillars in the STEM diversity workforce, pillars in the STEM effort, and we are pleased to have our guest speaker who will provide that context from his standpoint. Dr. John Anderson became the president of the National Academy of Engineering in July 2019. His professional career spanned 48 years in academia. He served as president of Illinois Institute of Technology, provost and executive vice president at Case Western Reserve University, and Dean of Engineering and Chair of Chemical Engineering at Carnegie Mellon University. He was elected to the NAE in 1992 for his research on colloidal hydrodynamics and membrane transport. I did not practice that, Dr. Anderson, excuse me. He is a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and the American Association for the Advancement of Science. He was a presidential appointment to the National Science Board for the period of 2014 to 2020. Dr. Anderson received his undergraduate degree from the University of Delaware and his PhD degree from the University of Illinois, all in chemical engineering. As a professor, he was taught classes to first-year undergraduates all the way through to PhD students, and he has always enjoyed learning from students. Dr. Anderson served as an officer in the U.S. Army Reserves between 1970 to 1976. Dr. Anderson is also a member of NACME's board of directors. He's going to give us brief comments before we break into the town hall, but he's also going to bring on a guest speaker as a part of his comments, one of my personal mentors, Dr. Percy A. Pierre. For those of you who don't know, I'm sure most of us do, Dr. Pierre joined the Clark School as an adjunct professor and Glenn L. Martin Endowed Professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering in fall 2019. In this role, he will assist in the college and recruitment of mentoring women and underrepresented minority graduate students and in the recruitment of diverse faculty. Dr. Pierre has held several prestigious positions. His service in academic administration includes Vice President for Research and Graduate Studies at Michigan State University, President of Prairie A&M University, and Dean of Engineering at Howard University. He has also served as a program officer of the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation and was instrumental in organizing and funding the creation of several organizations, including NACME. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Anderson to our virtual microphone. And I look forward to, and I hope you will as well, we all look forward to hearing his comments. Dr. Anderson? Can you hear me?
Yes, I had to unmute myself.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you, Michelle. I appreciate it. I want to thank NACME for allowing me to say a few words at this town hall meeting. I first wish to congratulate NACME on the outstanding symposium this morning featuring the 4 university presidents. These leaders are inspirational and extended a message that's inclusive, positive, while challenging. And I hope other university and government leaders will view the symposium, as well as high school students who might choose an engineering major in college. They gave very good advice during that symposium. As a former Dean of Engineering and professor, I am very aware of the good work NACME has done in promoting more representation of students from underrepresented racial and ethnic groups to study engineering and embark on engineering careers. We talk about equity as if it is a singular thing. However, equity has 2 components, preparation and opportunity. Without preparation, which includes not only a good education, opportunities are meaningless. And NACME is focused on both of these components. The need for more engineers in this country has been met in the past by immigrants who have contributed greatly to the profession and this country. However, the world is catching up to the United States in terms of STEM education and research. If we are to maintain our preeminent position in engineering, we must bring more talent from our population, from all parts of our population, into the profession. The generous support by the business community over such a long time is a strong indicator of the effectiveness of NACME in promoting engineering among minority students. But obviously, we still have a long way to go. NACME is one organization among many others whose mission is to increase the talent pool by fostering programs that induce young minority students to pursue an engineering education and an engineering career. And many different initiatives having different strategies are in play. It is important that the methodologies and results of these different initiatives be shared and used to define best practices. The NAE has a proposal pending with the National Science Foundation that is aimed at this goal. NACME can help by sharing internally and externally its approaches and the results. Without such sharing, we will never even get close to an optimal strategy. Which programs worked and why? Which programs did not work and why? These are the questions that engineers ask themselves. So how do we measure student success? The NAE will run an NSF-funded workshop on exemplary admissions practices with NAE member and University of Maryland President Darrell Pines as the chair of the planning committee. The workshop participants will examine metrics that best predict success in admissions to undergraduate engineering programs and, I think as importantly, correlate with a student's performance and postgraduate career. In addition to grades, we should look at non-technical skills like enthusiasm, persistence, confidence, communication, and leadership. Every successful engineer I know have the traits of persistence and confidence. Learning from mistakes, getting off the ground and trying again, confident that she or he will get there. How do we teach and nurture this? How do we instill these traits in our students and young professionals? And this morning, we heard about the importance of mentors to the growth and aspirations of young persons. NACME is doing an excellent job of focusing on mentorship programs for college students, especially our minority students. As president of the National Academy of Engineering, I am engaged with NACME because I think this organization is one of the critical elements needed to build a better recruitment and support system for minorities in engineering. The NAE has supported and will continue to support your activities, and we will help you as much as we can to reach the goals you have set. One major new initiative of the National Academy of Engineering, designed to advance diversity in the engineering profession, is IDEA, IDEA, which means Inclusive and Diverse Engineering for All. The NAE has an outreach program that is meant to inform and inspire K-12 girls. It started as a website launched in the 1990s to highlight the contributions of women in engineering. That became Engineer Girl website in 2001 when it was redesigned as a resource website for middle school girls. As the internet and the site matured, Engineer Girl became a national program with an annual writing contest, a gallery of over 400 volunteer role models, and the recently added Ambassadors program that engages girls of high school age who act as mentors for the junior grade girls. Engineer Girl draws on the strengths of the NAE to inspire girls around the world. Its success has encouraged us to create additional outreach programming that will leverage our strengths in order to support students from other groups that are underrepresented in engineering. Engineer Girl and these new outreach efforts will be housed under the umbrella of IDEA. We are excited about our IDEA program, and Dr. Simil Raghavan and I will keep NACME updated on the progress we make. We will also look for ways to partner with NACME through the IDEA program. A second initiative of the NAE is a committee on racial justice and equity. We formed this committee after receiving comments from NAE members in response to the recent episodes of minority deaths at the hands of police. The committee consists of 11 members, most or probably all of whom are known to NACME. Their names can be found on the NAE website. So it is now my pleasure to turn the microphone over to NAE member Dr. Percy Pierre. With this audience, Dr. Pierre is truly a man who needs no introduction. Dr. Pierre is the chair of the NAE Racial Justice and Equity Committee, and he will say a few words about his tasks and goals and maybe provide a little bit of history of how we got to this point. Percy, I turn the microphone to you.
Okay, John, thank you. Let me apologize in advance. I woke up this morning a little hoarse, but I think I can get through this. Okay. First of all, I want to thank NACME and Michelle in particular for organizing this meeting. The meeting is timely and it addresses challenges we face as a nation. And I've learned a lot in listening to the early part of the meeting, and I look forward to learning more. Now, the National Academy of Engineering, some of you may not know, actually created NACME in 1973 and spun it off as an independent entity in 1981. The early history of NACME can be found in an article I wrote in John Slaughter's book called Changing the Face of Engineering. From the beginning of NACME, I've had a close relationship with them and watched NACME make significant differences in underrepresented minorities in engineering. And frankly, I'm quite proud of what NACME has done and persisted in doing. I also want to thank John Anderson for creating the NAE Committee on Racial Justice and Equity and asking me to be its chair. And I want to thank some of the distinguished members of that committee who number now 12, and two of whom you perhaps have heard from today, Gary May and Darrell Pines. So we're at the beginning. Let me tell you a little background on how the committee got started. For the past year, Darrell Pines and I have been working with NAE and John Anderson on various diversity efforts. But after the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, we all realized we needed to do more. That was what we did in the past would not suffice. And one result of this new urgency was the creation of the NAE Committee on Racial Justice and Equity. The inclusion of racial justice in the title meant that we needed to look beyond NAE's historical interest in engineering education. Like the medical and legal professions, engineering is also a profession committed to the public good. That is why NAE established the Grand Challenges program, some of you may be familiar with, that attempt to address major challenges facing the world. And as Gary May said in the first meeting of our committee, racial injustice and inequity is a grand challenge for us today. Our committee needs to see what we as engineers in the engineering profession can do to help mitigate societal impacts of racial injustice. So that was our charge. The committee had its initial meeting August 31, 2020, and we recognized that we needed the support of the broader engineering community to accomplish our goals. The committee couldn't do it by itself. To call for that support, John Anderson added a speaking slot at the annual meeting of NAE this year. He asked John Slaughter, a former president of NACME, to give a major address on this subject. And John Slaughter consulted with the committee on the message he will give. Our aim is to engage the entire engineering community on the problem. Next, the committee reviewed the diversity programs that we are currently operating are proposed. And one of those projects, led by Daryl Pines, looks at the best practices for university admissions and admissions of underrepresented minorities in engineering. And that's a very important issue. Another proposed project would bring together organizations working in the field of minority engineering to explore collaborations that would enhance minority students' ability to navigate the different paths to engineering degrees. Other programs are discussed, and we look forward to stimulating and creating other NAE programs. Now, while the committee is focused on immediate action, we recognize that this is a long-term problem. NAE, NACME, and other organizations have been at it for more than 40 years. The committee decided that it needed a strategic vision of feasible and impactful actions that we and others could use to guide our deliberations. That vision statement is in the works. Several committee members are working on it. On a personal note, I can't speak for the committee on our future work. The committee will have to decide. But I'd like to tell you what I think is needed. Of course, my thinking is influenced by my previous work with the Academy in this area. While this is a different time and history does not often repeat itself, we can learn from history. And this is what I learned from history and being around for a while. Addressing this problem will take financial resources as well as the commitment of leadership by the chief executives of companies and universities. It was financial resources and CEOs that created NACME in the first place. Now, many companies have responded and announced major financial commitments to the problem. However, if these resources are spent in a scattered way, without a focus, Without supporting those things proven to be effective and impactful, the long-term impact will be limited. What we need is a consensus on what is needed and what impact we're looking forward to. What I've heard from this conference so far tells me that most of you agree. We need to collaborate. We need to find those things most impactful. We need to include things that engineers do for the benefit of the general public. And I look forward to listening to your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pierre, for those words. On behalf of NACME, we definitely look forward to collaborating with the National Academy of Engineering on this effort. And thank you, Dr. Anderson, as a member of NACME's Board of Directors, for your commitment to making sure that NAE, in founding NACME, that is still actively involved from a leadership position. We truly value your efforts. And we are excited about the committee that has been named and commit to working closely with you on those efforts. So everyone, I'm sure that hearing both the history of how NACME was formed as well as NAE's commitment moving forward is a great introduction to the work that we're about to do as the concluding component of the symposium. I hope, like me, you were inspired by the University President's panel this morning and the authentic and emotional response by Dr. Bob and the setting of the commitment of the National Academy of Engineering on collaboration and forward work. This segment of this symposium, we want to hear from you, all of you that's on the call, in a virtual town hall. Our goal is to be able to provide an explanation of what we would like to do together in the next hour and a half. And we have speakers lined up to be able to talk to you as it relates, talk with you as it relates to focus areas that we would like to concentrate on during this town hall. To give you an overview of this process, our intent, the overall program, I would like to introduce Dr. Carmen Sidbury, NACME's recently appointed Senior Director of Research and Development. Just to give you a brief bio about Carmen, Carmen is the first African-American female to earn a PhD in mechanical engineering from Georgia Tech. She earned her BS as a NACME scholar and her master's degree in mechanical engineering from North Carolina A&T. Aggie Pride, I saw a lot of Aggie Pride in the chat. Carmen has prior work experience at AT&T Bell Laboratories, Lucent Technologies, and her own company, the Sidbury Group. Her university experiences include Spelman College in roles of Associate Provost for Research and Associate Dean for Undergraduate Studies, Assistant Dean for Diversity in the College of Engineering at the University of Washington, Program Director for Diversity at Georgia Tech, and most recently at University of North Carolina, Wilmington. She also spent 2 years at the National Science Foundation in the Division of Graduate Education as a Program Director for the Graduate Research Fellowship Program. So please join me and stay on the line and be active in this part, but please join me in welcoming Dr. Sidbury to the virtual microphone. Carmen? And you are on mute.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. Big shout out to the Aggies in the house. And I am really, I hope Michelle will forgive me. I am actually going to go off script. I think Dr. Bob has given us permission to be truly authentic in this space. And I must say, it's been a very heartwarming day for me as I reflect on my journey as an engineer. Starting out from a very humble beginnings in a small town in North Carolina, Sneads Ferry, North Carolina. Probably won't get too many shout outs for that today. But I also came of age in an era too when some of you may remember the whole Sputnik, and at the time what was then the Soviet Union. America entered into this competition that we would not be outdone. And so we really brought together our best folks in rooms and government agencies, industry, just tremendous, I think, effort to think about how do we ensure that the United States remains a very viable entity. And so from that, I think I benefited from some of the special scholarship programs that were generated, as well as other innovative programming that resulted in really having us think about how do we increase the participation of US citizens actually in STEM fields. And so now as an engineer, you know, it's a part of how I live my life actually. I think about how do we solve problems of the world, whether that was, you know, in my time as an engineer at Lucent Technologies with telecommunications, but even now in this space where we are challenged with, in many ways, as Dr. Bob alluded to, pushing up against some systems that are at play and trying to figure out how do we maximize our effort. Truly believing that a collective effort is the way to go. And so as I think about leaning on the things I learned from my engineering training, the governing equations, what are some of our constraints, you know, what are the tools that I bring into this space to help us do this work. Certainly, we've talked a little bit about metrics. And, you know, one of my famous or favorite Einstein sayings is there are things that we can count that don't count. And then there's some things that count that they're difficult for us to count. Our challenge often is measuring what counts in this space of being able to really come through with evidence-based practices and understanding how do we leverage the knowledge that we know. And so I'm recalling Dr. May saying that we know what to do in this space, but how do we scale some of the effort? And I do believe that the integration of research and practice is truly where we're going to get some big gains. And so there's a lot of scholarship there to guide us in that work. I think as we break out into our breakout sessions, we want to be mindful of that we are thinking about how we integrate research and practice and discussing the metrics that we think we need to be paying attention to as we move through in that space. And so before we roll out into the breakout groups, I'd like for you to give us a little feedback. We have 3 quick poll questions that are around, somewhat centered around the ideal of is the integration of research and practice going to get us there? Thinking about where we are in our mindset around collaboration and even thinking about data. So if you'll indulge me just for a few minutes, and actually it's going to be about 20 seconds that you'll have to get your response back to the poll. So we're going to ask our tech team to pull up poll number 1. And if you could take a minute, 20 seconds actually you have, to give us your response. I really would appreciate hearing from you. And so it looks like, okay, we're picking up steam now. We have quite a few people coming in and quite a wide distribution from strongly disagree to strongly agree. I like that. Some diversity, certainly in thought in where we are with this. Great. All right. So we have another question coming up here for you. Something else for you to think about And remember, there are no wrong answers. We really want to hear from you where you think, where you land on this question. Okay, and so here we go with one more. All right, we're coming in pretty good here with a little bit of distribution, a little more tighter on this one. Wow. Wow, thank you for responding. Great. All right, so I think we're up to the last one, last poll question. And this is around data systems, and some of this work we're gonna go a little deeper into as you move into your breakout rooms. And so, okay, a little tighter on this one as well. Great. So thank you for your responses. You know, here at NACME, we really, I think, we've had a great success over the years in the work that we're doing. And as we think about moving forward, we really believe that a collective effort is really going to drive some impactful results. And so we're looking at really 4 pathways that we're going to seek your input on. We'd love to hear from the community around the 4 pathways. We're looking at K through 12 efforts. We're looking also at bridge programs as we transition students from high school to college. There's going to be a breakout focused on professional development in terms of internships and skill development, particularly in the areas of computer science and engineering. And then there will be a discussion about mentoring and the role mentoring will play in the work going forward. So you will be directed, it's gonna happen magically almost, into your breakout based on your registration process. And once you're in the breakout, there will be a speaker who will facilitate and lead the discussion. We'll have a note taker, and then we will have someone who will be reporting out when we come back into our general session. So we'll all have an opportunity to hear from the 4 breakout groups when we reconvene in about 40 minutes. Okay, so I think it's time now for our tech team to move us to our breakout groups. And we look forward to hearing your lively discussions. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. This is Michelle Lazama. We're waiting for everyone to be kicked out of their breakout room. And Carmen will come back and lead us in just a second. So hang tight. And here she is.
I got kicked real hard on that one.
You said your last words were, you shouldn't pick students solely on GPA. Click. So at least you got to end.
That's good. I was wondering if it ended smoothly there.
The end of the word GPA. Right?
Yeah, that's a drop the mic kind of statement.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Carl.
So let's do that. A break. Everyone just did a lot of work.
Hi, Felicia.
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
See ya, Discovery E. Say hi. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, Leslie. I haven't met you yet. Hi.
Hi, Leslie.
Okay. Carmen, are you ready?
Yes. So we thank you for participating in that session. I know some of the discussions, we were really just getting warmed up good and ran out of time. But this is not the end of the discussion, just the beginning. And so we're really going to use this as an opportunity kind of to have everybody give a feed out from their breakout. And we also, invite any discussion or comments that you may have. So we're going to go through along the pathway, starting with K through 12. We'll move to our bridge program. We'll have then we'll have PK talk about the professional development track, and then we'll wrap up with mentoring. So I'm going to then pass the mic to Jerry. Jerry, are we?
Yeah, I think, can you hear me? I think I'll talk the topic. So listen, we had a very rich conversation. I mean, it was a broad gamut on such an important topic. And, I can't say that we really nailed down that there were just 5 key metrics, but we did at least discuss a framework that I think we all rallied around that we thought were really important, as well as we brought in another context that we think we don't know how we would impact, that we think really overshadows that. So some of the metrics that we talked about based on some of the work that Angelique was doing was we talked about the importance of creating and measuring belonging, the implicit theories of intelligence, which are critical as sort of key elements to understand if you could be successful in STEM, self-efficacy and grit, being able to continue to learn and to persevere, problem-solving inventory. Do you have that skill set really to help you work through the problems and continue to learn once again? Resiliency, tolerance for ambiguity, and readiness for change is some of the key metrics that we thought were absolutely critical. And those really dovetail into some of the other work that Thea talked about as well. Can you still hear me? Sound like something changed.
Yeah, we still hear you.
All right, okay, good. So those were some of the primary metrics. I think one of the other contexts that we also started to have a conversation on, and I think implicit in all of this is, students and individuals have to, one, see themselves in this field that they can be successful as well. So what are the role models? But then also getting the experiences that make it fun and something that they want to go out and do. But the piece that sort of pushes against that can be their environment, as well as sort of the rigid standards within the school system today that sometimes kicks out differing learning approaches, as well as quickly puts students in K-12 into specific boxes that then essentially shut them out of higher learning. And so how do we break that systemically? As well as the lack of what I would say resources via some of the students, both their environments. We talked earlier today around the lack of internet and how that's really going to hamper it. Also is another huge factor that has to be changed that sort of minimizes success in this piece. And then we talked a little bit around some of the resources that are really already within the community that we need to figure out how do we have folks tap into. Not only some of the after school programs and a lot of corporations that you might find in communities that then can help folks step into STEM if they're not getting it and the interest within their school system. So that was some of the framework of what we talked today and some of the pieces that we're measuring. And I mean, Carmen, let me know if I missed anything out of that quick summary for the conversation.
I think you captured it very well. So I guess I would just ask one quick one regarding, I know that P&G is very active in diversity efforts and in the community. So anything that might, from the conversation, as you think about the work you'll do with supporting communities, any new enlightening thing that came from that discussion?
Listen, I think, you know, some of the pieces that I think our big question is how do we scale the work that we're doing? I think we, you know, we are doing a lot of work now within certain communities on trying to get, you know, adopting schools, doing STEM, working with universities and other elements. I can't say that that's something that's scalable yet, that you can touch so many more students to do. And so I think that would be, you know, just hearing the breadth of the issue is, you know, what are those scalable programs that we can reapply that would, you know, more importantly, allow us to do. And then, you know, either through not only resources, meaning people and funding, how do we blow that out even more?
Yeah. Well, thank you. So I think we're up now with the Bridge Program and Ann Oglesby from Phillips 66. Are you on the line? Are you on?
I sure am. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Terrific,
Great.
thank you. Well, we too, I think, could have gone on quite a long time. Virginia was doing a wonderful job helping us understand her experience at Purdue, but also explaining something that I guess I hadn't thought about, but was the need to customize a bridge program for the particular community and drivers at that university. So we started the conversation understanding that a bridge program is not just a moment in time, or it shouldn't be. It's not just a certain, you know, 3-week period, but Virginia explained that there's a life cycle to the experience that starts and overlaps with the K through 12 conversation of universities reaching down into age groups. At Purdue, they start as young as 7th through 8th grade and 9th and 10th grade, particularly focused on math, but then have a 11th grade boot camp, which I thought was really interesting to have those students come to experience a college bridging experience that then sets them up for success in their senior year as they're launching towards college. So it's outreach, it's recruitment. Then once you get them on campus, using those bridge programs as a means of setting them up into the retention process that you have at your university. The one point that Virginia made that really also resonated with me was while we sometimes look at math proficiency as a metric for understanding who might need to go through a bridge program, in most STEM curricula, you are not expected to be proficient in math. You are expected to pretty quickly get to an advanced math capability level. So it's not sufficient to just drive towards math proficiency. And she made the point, you know, metrics to get into engineering school are competitive in the base case. So how do we recognize that and set up those students to compete in what is already a very competitive environment? So besides understanding that life cycle, we also talked about a lot of specific metrics. And my big takeaway from that conversation was you have to drill down. You really have to understand at a deeper level, your student community. So Virginia gave examples of looking at success rates in gateway courses, looking at how your underrepresented minority students are performing in specific courses through specific years, understanding their backgrounds, what schools they went to, what is their first semester experience, and recognizing that first semester experience may be as much or more about them adapting to the college environment or the issues they are facing outside of just the academic challenge. She talked about customizing the solution and the bridge program depending on the college. So some schools really focus on teaching math that may be not offered in high school if that's what their student population has as a need, particularly for underrepresented. But then also you might have a lot of college, community college transfers. We had someone on our breakout who represented that pathway. So it was fun to hear her chime in and relay her real life experience. And then I guess the last thing I'll wrap up with is we too also talked about the importance or maybe not the as strong an importance of grades and really the importance of getting to know the story of the student, the why that impacted their grades. And so Virginia, correct anything I may have misstated there, please.
Sounds like you were very engaged in the conversation. Thank you for that great readout. Okay, so we're moving here quickly. Want to make sure we get everybody's voice in on this. So PK, are you with me?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Can you see my screen?
See your screen. Oh, yes.
Okay. So we had a great discussion as well. So we tried to, you know, kind of put the key points on the screen here. So we covered a lot of ground, and again, we were also just getting warmed up with the discussion. So one of our themes was this whole concept of leakiness, right? As you go from K through 12 to the undergraduate, and then what happens there, and how do we prevent the leakiness of that entire system. And this resulted in a discussion of how we need to integrate the programs together, because some of this leakiness happens when you go from one step to the next, right? So that was the theme. How do you start all the way from perhaps the freshman year, and taking the example of internships, right? How do you give the students meaningful projects during the internships that are linked to their field of study and help them in academics when they go back, but also are very focused on the outcome skills that they need to get into the workforce? Okay, so that was one thing we talked about. We had some really great examples. We had 3 fantastic examples of real programs out there that people have implemented. I think it was Alan who mentioned the IBM program. I may get the names wrong, but we had 3 programs. One was the P-Tech program from IBM. The other one was from NACME, but working with Northrop Grumman and then scaling that out. And then again with NACME, there was a McKinsey program that has just started. We're using 6 different student personas, right, to really kind of traverse that whole spectrum of bringing them in for internships, but also providing mentorships and other professional development opportunities, right, when they're associated with a corporation. So those are 3 good examples with some really good metrics as well that we can all share and learn from. There was another theme around which Karen brought up, some really good insights into the non-traditional approaches to learning, right? She talked about using gamification, the culturally relevant ways of learning, and she's done a really good job of creating systems for pre and post assessments from those learning experiences. So I thought that was very illuminating for us as a group. And we did touch upon this, drop-offs, right? Drop-offs happen due to various reasons, but financial resources is one of them. And how can us corporations help in that regard? And then obviously more work needs to be done on metrics, right? We were just getting started to talk about some of the metrics. So with that, Alan, Karen, or anybody from the group, would you like to add anything?
No, I think you covered it. The only thing I would just emphasize there is one of the things we were trying to bring out is, how these programs can connect together and work together, right? And bring down the impediments that our students would have as they transition from one stage to the other. There's real opportunity there.
Great ad, Alan. Thank you.
Great. So thank you for, looks like we have a lot to, well, this conversation will continue. There's more discussions to go. Certainly, this is a very important area for our students and for talent development. Okay, great. So next we're up with our mentoring program. I'm seeing lots of emails from me back and forth. So is Darylene up for presenting for the mentoring?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you.
I am going to try to share my screen. Let me know if you can see it.
We had it for a moment.
I'll share for you, Darlene, if you need me to.
I want to share the PowerPoint that I have up. And so I'm not sure which of these buttons I need to.
I will be happy to share this for you.
Well, no. The issue is that I actually modified it. But let's just start off with this. So we had what I consider one of the best sessions, which is on mentoring, which is near and dear to my heart. We had Dr. Felicia Benton Johnson and Miss Valentina Della Salamanca from Georgia Tech share with us the program that they have and that they're using at Georgia Tech. And we kind of use that as a backdrop to then solicit feedback and insights on what others feel would make for a successful mentoring program, as well as what are those metrics that we would use to assure that we actually had something that was effective in delivering as desired. And so as we were going through this, some of the primary metrics that were being shared were really around, of course, your lagging indicators, which were around GPA, but then there were also some things like participation in co-op programs and internships that were also being used, graduation date, the graduation rate of the students that were participating in mentoring, looking at participation levels, and not just participation levels in general, but by different groups, by ethnicity, by gender, to understand that there was an area that required more focus than others. And then what was the retention of those students that were in these programs and these mentoring programs? Georgia Tech has a very extensive program that's been around for several years. I briefly saw it, just a point of privilege. I actually was part of a product of a dual degree program with Xavier. So as you guys see my backdrop, I started off at Xavier University as a chemistry major, and then initially transferred to Georgia Tech for a quarter, got homesick, and then went home and finished at Tulane. But anyway, I did see the program that Georgia Tech had when I was there, and it was pretty awesome. So I did get a chance to experience that. But their program has been around for quite some time. And so as we continue to talk about those metrics, others started to talk about, okay, well, what are those other things that you get out of this that you may want to use as a metric? And this was a different insight that I hadn't thought about. Normally you think about mentoring from the receiver's perspective. What is the receiver of the mentoring getting out of it, the mentee? But what we actually talked a bit about is, what do the mentors get out of it? What are the leadership skills and the sense of volunteerism that you instill upon your students that will create a successful mentoring program? So I thought that was a different take, and that was quite interesting, but very true, because I think in these programs is a win-win for both that are involved in it. We talked about use of reports to document the progress, using exit interviews to receive feedback so that you can continuously improve upon the program. The use of messaging and storytelling techniques about the students who benefit from mentoring. So how do you increase that pipeline? I think right now they have about 150 students that participate in on average, but it's using the stories and success stories of what you get out of the mentoring that actually keeps that program going well for Georgia Tech. And then there's a need for good infrastructure systems, accessible database, being able to have all the tools that you need to be able to access the data for everyone, especially in this COVID environment. We were just talking about how everybody needed to be able to access the information from wherever they were so that the program can continue on and still be effective. We also talked about those resources that are needed to institutionalize the metrics. And there was a heavy focus and discussion around corporate sponsorship, not just in monetary donations, but also being present, serving as mentors and telling your stories when able to with the students at the school so that they understand the value and can actually get mentoring from corporate sponsors, corporate leaders who would also participate in various panels. I actually I just got appointed to the Southern University Engineering Advisory Board. And so that's one of the things that I've been doing is bringing in students from Southern into my plant and doing those things that we talked about in this session. So these things are things that I believe work. And then at the end of the day, marketing literature to garner the financial support is effective. It's one of those resources that if you can go and tell your story to potential corporate sponsors and potential sponsors within the community, these are things that will help to sustain your mentoring program so that it's effective.
So you're a Southern alum or Xavier? I saw Xavier.
So I am a Xavier alum, but my plant here in Louisiana for Shell is right across the bridge from Southern University.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So proximity wise, I'm 10 minutes away from the university. So I bring the students over. Well, we will be once we can do it safely. But I'm over there meeting with their administrators, understanding how we can partner and help their students be successful.
This is Michelle, everyone. I wanted to jump in quickly. We are at the end of the symposium and I have to go over and do a student event now. I just wanted to say thank you everyone for engaging. As Carmen said, this is not the end, it's the beginning. So thank you everyone for engaging for a full day. Your participation was absolutely phenomenal and we have a lot of work to do. Thank you. And you can see from our board reps, PK from Merck, Ann from Phil 666, Darlene from Shell, and Jerry from Procter & Gamble, that you have the commitment of our board to be able to move this information forward. And thank you, Angelique, Alan, Virginia, and Felicia for doing the great work. And thank you, Carmen, for running the town hall. So I just wanted to say that. And Carmen, you can wrap it up, but thank you everyone for participating. Don't hang up. Carmen will close you out. I just wanted to say thank you and good night.
Thank you, Michelle, for your fearless leadership. And so, yes,
so is a good word.
Yes, well, so as we go out in the world, as we leave this place, I mean, I think, wow, today certainly, I will say, we've witnessed the dreams of many of our ancestors today. And while there's much work to be done, we have to take a moment and celebrate some of the successes. And so in spite of the challenges ahead of us, we know that we can do this and we know what to do. And each time that we've faced a challenge, no matter what that's been, we've risen to the occasion and I'm confident that we will do that again. And so—
Hey, Carmen, this is Frederic. Let me interrupt you a second, okay? Before you conclude, first of all, Carmen, let me congratulate you. It's the first time I had a chance to see you in action. Because we haven't had a chance to meet because of COVID. And since you joined NACME, and we're so happy to have you. You did a terrific job today. I wanted to thank all the panelists as well, including our board members who participated. But I was able to talk back and forth in some of these, and I really want to commend everyone because we really need to share this education, because I spent today learning about so many things I did not fully appreciate, and the different perspectives were so invaluable to all of us. So I won't take any more time, but I just wanted to chime in before we sign off and just thank everyone for making this a very successful symposium in my perspective. And based on all of the chatter, I think that many feel the same way, and if not everyone. So thanks again, everyone, and thank you, Carmen.
Yes, thank you. And so remember, we have lots of successes as models, and we just need to figure out how to replicate and scale. So I hope all will have a wonderful weekend, and thank you so much for your time here and the work we're going to do together. So thank you for being with us today, and we look forward to engaging with you more as we move forward.
Thank
so
you.
Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Bye.
Great. It was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks,
Bye.
everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
You too.
And
Be safe.
Yes.
yeah. Take care, Michelle.
Good day. Thank you.